Okay, we're now in open session recognitions, and I'm going to hand the mic off to Dr. Velez, our superintendent.
Well, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know this is one of my most favorite nights of the entire year. At this point, I'm going to ask our Director of Communications, Mr. Mike Marble, to come on up and get us started.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Good evening, Governing Board. Good evening, Executive Cabinet. And good evening to everyone joining us this afternoon. I'm really excited. I'm going to turn it over in here in a second to a couple of people who are going to talk about, we've got really two great groups here today that are representative of students and the people who support those students in these particular groups. So it's really exciting. So I'm going to first start off with Mrs. Crystal Fielstra, who is our English language coordinator, who is going to introduce some folks from our district ELAC committee.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Komrosky, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Velez. My name is Crystal Fielstra, and I'm honored to stand before you tonight to highlight the vital work of our District English Learner Advisory Committee, commonly known as DLAC. In accordance with the California Department of Education guidelines, DLAC is a committee formed when a district serves 51 or more English learners. We are the voice of our families, ensuring that our district's LCAP reflects the needs of our Temecula community of families that speak over 54 different languages. DLAC is more than just a compliance requirement. It is a collaborative space where parents and district leaders work together to review reclassification procedures, conduct needs assessments, and improve communication between home and the classroom. A committee is only as strong as its leadership. Tonight, I would like to recognize the dedicated individuals who have served as our DLAC officers and members this school year. These leaders volunteer their time to bridge language barriers and champion the success of all students. As I call your name, please come up forward to receive your award. Our president, Rosie Tang. I think she's running a little late. Vice President, Rosa Ortiz. Our secretary, Sarah Shao. Our another secretary, Shirley Lee. Our other secretary, Emma Wei Liu. Another secretary, Rosie Sanchez. Our last secretary, Sally Wang. And then we have our members, our dedicated. We have Annie Xing, Eunice Martinez, and Amani Asil. I'm sorry, we have one more volunteer, Mei Ling Qiu. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fielstra. I will say kudos to Mrs. Fielstra and the entire team. That's the largest district ELAC group I've ever seen. They do important work. So thank you so much to each of you for being committed and for Crystal and team for bringing them all together. Okay, we're going to transition to another group now. I'm going to bring up Gwen Riley. Gwen is she's in our special education department. She oversees our autism programs, and she's got some really cool recognitions tonight.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing us to come tonight and be a part of your board meeting. This is one of my favorite nights, and Dr. Velez and I have been doing this a long time, but so yay, I'm so excited. This is my passion, this is my love, and I think I've been on the CAC or the Community Advisory Committee for, I don't know, 10, 12, maybe 15. I've been on it a long time, but it's such a passion to me, and I just love being on it and being able to help and work with our students that need something just a little bit more, that put their heart and their soul into everything and strive to do the best that they can. So I am just honored that I get to be here to be able to help introduce some of our Community Connection Award winners tonight. Just is very thrilling for me. So the first person I would like to introduce is our preschool student, our early childhood education student, and it's Luca Robinson. Woo! Come on up, Luca. Mom, bring you up. Luca was recognized by one of his support providers, and they said, Luca is an incredible person. At just 4 years old, he requires a variety of supports in his general education TK class to be able to access his environment as fully as his peers. Yet he approaches every day with a positive and receptive attitude. He is always willing to try new things during his sessions together and never hesitates to advocate for himself and communicates his thoughts. That takes a lot of confidence in himself and trust in me, which I value very much. My favorite thing about Luca is that he is an authentic person every day. He exemplifies the idea of not letting a disability define who he is. I am very proud of the progress he has made this year and is so grateful to be able to work with him. So introducing our elementary, we have Mrs. Kurtz.
Hi. Okay. I'm here to recognize Jocelyn Wright. Jocelyn has overcome her fears, found she has a voice, has abilities, and demonstrates her independence. She shows staff that she's capable of problem solving, as well as being able to perform daily living skills. She demonstrates perseverance with tackling daily living skills that she wants to do it herself. This school year, Jocelyn has been initiating making connections with her peers by a desire to make them laugh. She'll go up to her peers and start smiling, laughing, doing whatever she can to make her peers laugh or to see if she can get her peers to even respond. Jocelyn has also observed to go up to a peer out of concerns because the peer is sad. For a student who has started as a kindergartner in elementary school who would usually fuss and cry, she's now a fourth grader who loves to laugh. She speaks her own mind, interacts with peers, and man, she loves showing off her abilities. Way to go, Jocelyn! Woo!
Next, we have Mrs. Denton, who's going to share for our middle school student.
I have to say, it's such an honor to come and speak before all of you. Thank you for having us here today to be able to honor our amazing special education students. So yes, I have the wonderful Owen McQuillan. Owen has made such a beautiful transition to the general education classroom. He's made so much growth in advocating for himself, volunteering in class to explain his work, and develop very proficient independent executive functioning skills. Owen adds greatly to the positive culture of his classroom and is an exemplar and model math student. He's always brave to share his thinking and inspires his classmates to do the same. Owen, are you here?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm co-president of the CAC. I've been involved for about 10 years. And nothing brings me more joy than this night, because we get to recognize our kids. I have one from TV. I'm going to let his teacher talk about him.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here. It's my pleasure to introduce JJ Ratliff. JJ has shown up every day and gives 100% effort in everything he does. He's consistently respectful and brings a positive energy to our classroom. He comes prepared, completes his work with dedication, and contributes to a supportive learning environment. Sound like you? Yeah. He's resilient and optimistic, always looking ahead with determination and confidence. He doesn't allow challenges or negativity to discourage him. In a short amount of time, he's reached the highest level in our classroom and is now Cadet Ratliff in the AFROTC program. This is a true testament to his hard work, perseverance, and character. We're incredibly impressed with his growth and his accomplishments.
Our final recipient tonight is one of our adult transition students who's going to be introduced by his teacher, Mrs. Ortiz.
Good evening. I have the pleasure of introducing Jeremy Ramirez. If you know me, you know that I can't get through this without crying, so I apologize in advance. Want to help me get through this?
Help her.
So Jeremy has really thrived in the adult transition program. When he first started, he was shy and timid, a little bit withdrawn, even a little hostile at times, but like a coconut, we had to work through the husky and hardened layers to get to the nourishing and good inside. Through the gentle support he has needed, he has grown confident, and he really enjoys working at his job sites. He's built wonderful relationships with his peers and developed his leadership skills. He engages with others in ways that are kind, compassionate, supportive, and humorous. See? We didn't even plan that. Thank you, Jeremy. He has progressed to being a wonderful self-advocate, and he advocates for his peers as well. He thinks about consequences before taking action and is always striving to improve. Jeremy has learned to speak up for his needs and wants alike. He has worked toward developing the future he has desired for himself and has laid out plans to achieve his goals. Jeremy, we're so proud of you. Sorry. We're so proud you've grown into a wonderful young man, determined to make the best life for yourself, one step at a time. Okay. I'm done crying.
Thank you again for allowing us to come tonight to honor our wonderful students that we have in our district. Thank you so much.
These are both great examples of the partnership between our families and our staff and our students. So thank you to Crystal and Gwen and all of the team who was involved. That concludes our recognitions tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Marble. You guys ready? Okay, this is a call to order. This is calling the meeting to order after closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session. I'll wait till the audience quiets down. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on April 16, 2026. At 6:04 p.m., the board has been in closed session since 4 p.m. And I'm going to ask the audience if you can keep it down. Thank you. In attendance this evening are our governing board, myself, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mr. Emil Barham, Ms. Melissa Chai, student school board member. Secretary of the board, we have Dr. Kimberly Velez and the executive team. We will now take the Pledge of Allegiance. We're having Great Oak High School Unified Club come up. Xander, Julian, Gregory, Curian, Abigail, Riley, and William. Abby, welcome up.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you. Dr. Velez, do you? Okay, so for tonight on board president comments, I'm going to do a fun fact. We're excited to share that the positive momentum from our recent State of the District continues to grow. Following the strong response from our community, the Riverside County Office of Education has encouraged us to submit our State of the District video for recognition at both the National School Public Relations Association and the California School Public Relations Association. This reflects the outstanding strategic work happening across our district in communication, marketing, and community engagement, and we're proud to see that work gaining broader recognition. And once again, a shout out to everybody involved, and especially Dr. Velez, our superintendent. And a shout out to Dr. Edwin Gomez from the county. He was there as well, and he's the one pushing this. Thank you so much. This is a request for prayer and support to the family of the student Brianna Hamlet, who was hit by a car. She's 14 years old, sophomore. I don't know the exact, and some of this is privacy with the family, her condition, but please be in prayer and encouragement and all that. She's even got, or the family has for her, a GoFundMe page. So, yeah, sad to hear about that, and just wanted to raise awareness on her behalf. Now we are on to readout of action taken in closed session. Actions taken in closed session must be reported to the public once closed session ends. Today's closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. Dr. Anderson.
All right. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, 2 cases. Number 525-CV00157-AB-SP and number CVSW 2402487. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barham to approve the settlement for case CVSW 2402487. It was passed unanimously with a vote 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barham to approve the settlement for case number 525-CV00157-AB-SP. It was passed unanimously. The vote was 5-0. And conference with labor negotiator agency representative Francisco Arce, level 4 grievance hearing number 06-20-25, Article 11.1.1, select representatives from the, It was moved by Member Komrosky and seconded by Member Schwartz to deny grievance number 06-20-25, Article 11.1.1, and direct the superintendent to provide written notice of its decision. The vote passed unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Now I'm going to hand it over to our student school board member, Ms. Melissa Chai, and she may just have something exciting to announce. I don't know.
Okay, don't know if I'll announce that one quite yet, but right now. Good evening, everyone. As your student board member, I have the honor of introducing tonight's Student Spotlight. Each month, we get to highlight our amazing students from our schools who remind us why we do what we do. Just a friendly reminder, our spotlight speeches are limited to 3 minutes. First up, we have Chaparral High School.
Good evening, Superintendent Velez, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Genevieve Hua, Chaparral's ASB president.
And I'm Caden Twish, Chaparral ASB secretary and treasurer. Thank you for having us tonight.
Our students and staff have made us proud by giving back to our community through our second blood drive of the year. A big thank you goes to Livestream Blood Bank and everyone who helped donate to save lives.
Our ceramics program also made a big impact by partnering with TVHS for the Empty Bowls event, helping raise money for Mission Hope in their fight against hunger within our community.
The class of 2026 also kicked off their final stretch of senior events with the senior movie night featuring Spider-Man No Way Home, reminding us that with great power comes great responsibility.
As we begin to wrap up the year, we're also looking ahead to the future of ASB. We had over 20 candidates run to represent their student voices in ASB. They campaigned all week, getting votes from their classes, and we're excited to announce the results later this month.
Speaking of elections, we also hosted our annual prom royalty meeting to prepare seniors running for prom court. We can't wait to see who comes out on top May 16th at Hangar 21 in Fullerton.
Tomorrow night at Chaparral, we're excited to host our annual hip-hop dance competition, Rivals. We're highlighting not only teams from our district, but also teams from Murrieta Valley Unified School District. You don't want to miss it.
Our drama program is also gearing up
Spirit Games, where we invite special needs students from our local feeder schools for a day filled with fun and games.
We would also like to thank Deputy Bowers in the Riverside Sheriff's Office for helping keep our campus a safe place where students can focus on their education.
Please enjoy this short video highlighting some of the events from the past month. We look forward to sharing even more with you in the future. Have a Pumatastic evening.
Be young, be foolish, but be happy. Be young, be foolish, but be happy. Don't let the rain get you down. It's a waste of time. Have your fun, live every day in the bright sunshine.
Thank you, Chaparral. Next up, we have Great Oak.
Good evening, board. I'm Cadence.
And I'm Abby. And here's what's been happening at Great Oak in the last month. Coming back from spring break, we picked up on CASP and CAS testing.
Our drama department just opened their first production of Big Fish. They have performances April 16th through 18th and 22nd through 25th at 7 p.m. They will also have a matinee April 25th at 1 p.m.
We would like to congratulate one of our devoted student athletes, Tyler Bussey, one of few students to be awarded the CBAADA scholarship.
For Great Oak Athletics, we would like to congratulate our Athletes of the Year, varsity football's Ryder Smith and our track and cross country runner, Abigail Huth. They have been recognized for their amazing contributions as student athletes.
Our spring sports have been saying their goodbyes to our seniors at senior nights, but they have been winning. Congrats girls lacrosse, stunt, and boys and girls cross country and track for bringing home the wins.
We recently hosted our athletic signing where 10 talented athletes made their commitments to their chosen college. It was so exciting to honor them and for them to receive support from their classmates.
Our peer leaders have just launched their brand new Peer Leaders podcast, where they discuss college, classes, and recognize difficulties students are facing this time of year. They have been getting great support from people around the school.
In the AP and IB departments, students have begun the final push for the exam prep. The first exams will start on April 24th.
Thank you for having us, and don't forget to hashtag be the one.
Congratulations, Abby, and thank you, Great Oak. Finally, we have TV.
Good evening. I'm Kenzie, and this is Carrie. It was so great to see a few of our board members at last week's Empty Bowls event. It was an amazing night, maybe our most successful of its kind. We helped raise over $6,000 for Mission Hope, a local food pantry who worked Puma. We had Puma and Bear ceramics students distributing handmade bowls. ASB students were serving bread and soup donated by local restaurants like the Breakfast Club of Temecula, Organic Roots, Siggy's, and more. And we had some of our choir students performing on stage. And attendees could see art on display from the middle schools in the area. It was well attended and the evening was awesome.
Tonight is the TVUSD Film Festival, going on right now in our theater. We have 20 submissions from Great Oak and TV's Video Media Arts students. There's a number of public service announcements, some comedy, a little bit of horror, and some drama. Judges hand out awards for Best Picture in each category. They award the best actor from all of the films, and the audience gets to vote on their favorite of the evening. A little bit like Empty Bowls, we love that these are opportunities for our students to show off their talents that might not typically get to do so in rallies or at lunchtime performances.
Similarly, last week, we had 30 students produce masterpieces on the ground during our Sidewalk Chalk Art Festival. It's not an easy medium to work with, but the results were pretty impressive. Lots of students walked around during lunch to see the creations.
It's been a busy week overall. On Tuesday, we hosted the Golden Bear Awards, honoring 80 of our 9th through 11th grade students for demonstrating one of our Bear values. Staff members in each of our 16 departments got to choose 5 students to be honored. It's not much, but it's a privilege to honor students and staff for strong character like resilience or being service-minded or just being aware of the needs of others.
We finished up block schedule today as our juniors worked hard on the CASP. It was a rolling block schedule, which is a little confusing. There was lots of what time does this period end questions, but it was worth it to give the juniors time to really focus on the exams. Athletes get to represent their school in games and matches all the time, but it's not very often that all the students have a chance to champion TV.
Drama's spring musical starts in a couple weeks. They'll be doing The Secret Garden. We hear it's really great. It's always shocking to see what our stage crew can build for the sets, and talent just blows us away. Our CTE Auto Shop class, the Golden Bear Garage, is hosting their 2nd annual car show this Saturday. If you like cool cars, you should swing by.
We wanted to finish with a big shout out to some of our spring athletic teams. We've got 3 varsity teams in first place in league. Baseball is undefeated in season so far. We're not sure that's been done in a really long time. Boys lacrosse is having an amazing season, and stunt cheer is it first and ranked number 1 of 100 teams in the southern section. One more shout out to Miss Sarah, our athletic trainer. She works so hard with such a big smile, and she was named Female Athletic Trainer of the Year.
Thank you for having us here this evening, and of course, Go Bears!
Thank you. Now we'll do school-related organizations. Welcoming up from TVA, Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, Board. I was here a few hours ago in the afternoon, but here I am to give the TVA spotlight. First of all, I'd like to recognize our elections that concluded that elected our new officers to our executive board of Ashley Vela, to our membership director from Chaparral High School, Student Support Services Tina May, high school elementary director Jenny Scharf, elementary director Jen Catalano, vice president Cindy Lopez, and myself. What that election shows is that there is support within our organization to continue to advocate and fight for what our students and classrooms deserve. Class size, safety, appropriate programs and placement, all to bring success to the students here in Temecula Valley, which is something that you will laud as we get into the final end of the year and all the celebrations that you will notice as far as the decorated time that the students will be able to have here and all the recognition that our educators are able to provide for them and the recognition that they will receive from their students and families for the work that they have invested into the students of Temecula Valley for the lifespan of their educational career. We are here to bring success to students of Temecula Valley, and part of that is bargaining what we feel is needed to make sure that we have a voice in what happens in this district. The first is the Joint Special Education Committee, who recently met and is on their first meeting to it's a step in the right direction to address what educators are experiencing every day in the classroom. That committee and that type of collaboration took many, many months and years to be able to get to the point where we can actually talk to the people in charge in special education. The educators before you are here to tell you that collaboration or thinking about us when building a budget and not thinking about us when building a budget is disrespectful. They're here to show you they have to come here to the board all the time. Like, I really don't know what to say at this point where I have to be here so often that I don't know how to bring to the point that to have to grovel to you for any kind of ongoing raise is just not something that your teachers, you don't have to go and grovel to them to go the extra effort to work for students. They come out and do it on their own. They want to make sure it happens. They want to make sure that they represent Temecula Valley with all their heart. Yet we have to come and grovel for anything ongoing. You planned a budget without collaboration from our leaders in our association. What do our neighboring districts who settled for 2 years for 4% and 5%, what did they have to do to get that settlement? Nothing. We've had 1% over these 2 years, and we still haven't settled for this year yet. There's actions going around the state. Your educators here have been happy to work with you and happy to make sure that our students have the best experience ever. But when we're looking at what we need to do, if we're pointing us to the way of moving to a strike level readiness and to be able to bring that kind of level here at the district, your educators before you are ready for that. We're going to... In a final moment, we have 200 CTA members in Los Angeles who are on strike right now, fighting for class sizes and compensation and respect.
You're out of time.
We give solidarity to them.
Do we have Kevin Paulke from CSEA? Okay, welcome up.
Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Velez. It's great to see you again. Again, thank you for this time to come and speak with you. The last couple months I've shared CSEA's mission statement of improving the lives of our members, students, and our communities. As elected officials, I would only expect the same, that you would look after the district by making sure our staff are competitive with surrounding areas, providing the best education for our students, and making sure the community continues to have quality education facilities for our kids. Now, I'm not here to point the finger or place the blame, but when the district comes forward saying they don't have funds to provide adequate raises, that there's no funds to improve health benefits, or that the district is working with a deficit budget and can't afford to fix facilities, I have to ask myself, why are you here? The custodian that's told to pick out hair from a waterless urinal deserves better. The IA that is bit and hit deserves better. The bus driver, the maintenance workers, the media techs, every single employee here, including administrators, deserve better. I'm simply here to ask all of you to do the right thing for the employees, their families, and the students. Thank you.
Okay, from PTA, we have Stephanie McCulley. Okay, I don't think she's here. Okay, now we're on to information reports. Inland Personnel Council, IPC. Dr. Velez, do we have anybody speaking on this other than the person who agendized? 4 public comments.
First up is David Sola, followed by Antoinette.
Good evening. I just want to come here and ask a very simple question regarding this IPC agenda item. What problem are we solving? Because from where I sit and where we all sit, this doesn't seem to be a solution. It looks like outsourcing sensitive personnel decisions to an outside organization with regional influence and limited transparency. And now we're being asked to pay for that. Again, we can't pay for any of these people out here, but we can pay for this. A $5,000 membership fee just to get in the door. So let's talk about that, because in Temecula Valley Unified, $5,000 is not nothing. That's real money with real impact, especially when we're constantly hearing about constraints, trade-offs, and limited resources. So I'd like to ask, why is this where we're choosing to spend it? Because here are just a few things that same $5,000 could fund in our district today. Classroom supplies for teachers who are still paying out of pocket to support their students. Updated STEM materials or lab equipment that actually prepare kids for real-world careers. Mental health resources or counseling support for students who are struggling right now. Transportation support for field trips or programs that many families otherwise can't afford. Technology upgrades, whether it's Chromebooks, software licenses, or classroom tools, you guys get the picture. These are tangible. These are immediate. And they directly serve students. Now we compare that to what we're being asked to fund here. And don't worry, I'll be back to talk about the rest of your spending spree on legal fees. Even if those concerns that we're talking about are still being debated, why would we take the risk to go with this new contract? Why would we pay for it? So again, what problem does this solve? If it does solve a problem, I'd just like to know what it is. And if it's a problem that we can't solve with our other resources, then why do we have them? What due diligence has been done to ensure independence and accountability? Because all you really have to do is Google this group, and the first 5 things that come up will tell you about some of the controversial things that they're involved with. So I'd really love to know what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Next up is Antoinette, followed by Daniel Molina.
Thank you for discussing IPC tonight. My name is Antoinette, and I'm a real-life example of how damaging IPC is to an employee. There is significant confusion about what the Inland Personnel Council actually is, and that confusion is reflected in your agenda, which is inaccurate and misleading to the public. The agenda conflates 2 completely different things. First, IPC is a joint agreement between school districts for personnel training, where AALRR is hired as a vendor to provide those trainings. Second, this district also holds a separate legal service contract with AALRR. They are not the same. They are different contracts with different purposes and different billing structures. Because the same law firm is operating in multiple roles, these roles have been blurred. There are 3 separate layers of contracts that must be understood. First, IPC itself, the Joint Powers Agreement signed by the districts. IPC is defined as a group of school districts. It is intended for personnel-related training. It is governed by the 2 county superintendents, Ted Alejandre and Edwin Gomez, who selected AALRR as the training vendor. They create the bylaws, which miraculously no one can locate. Second, the county-level IPC contract. The agreement is signed by the county superintendents and AALRR. It is not signed by this board. Yet, you are bound by its contract terms. It introduces a discounted rate for structure that does not exist in an original JPA, and it appears as a function as an incentive for IPC member districts to hire AALRR for separate legal services. Third, your independent legal services contract with AALRR. The contract covers areas like special education, facilities. Those services could be provided by any law firm. The problem is that these separate agreements are blended together, creating confusion about what IPC is and where public funds are going. District Attorney Michael Hestrin has already been notified of the potential misuse of public funds. You are told there are discounts. Have you done a cost-benefit analysis? EdWatch.net reports that they are paying $350 a night for IPC conferences held at fancy resorts with cocktail hour with attorneys. Is this a benefit to taxpayers? The critical issue is, where are the bylaws? These bylaws govern how IPC operates, what authority has been delegated. Without them, this board has no idea what authority has been transferred or what you are offering. The bottom line is simple. The information presented here is inaccurate.
Thank you.
Next up is Daniel Molina, followed by Danny Molina, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
Good afternoon, board. I haven't done a bunch of research. I don't have data to give you. I just opened up the agenda and looked at it, and I just came up with some questions, but given how everything's playing out here, I have some other questions. I think it's interesting that we have a contract that just resets by itself without them coming to us and explaining to them why we're giving $5,000. You know, the thing that's even more concerning is more people aren't speaking out against this, because we just had the teachers all stand up because they want their raise, rightfully so. And here goes $5,000 that we can put back into the district, but now everybody's quiet. I find that interesting, because anytime we waste money, people come up here and talk about how this is a waste of money, and all of a sudden, nobody has an issue with these $5,000. That's rather interesting to me. So I don't know what this is. I'll look into it now. I don't understand what's going on, but I would like to see, if we're going to give an organization $5,000 a year, they should be coming and explaining to the community what it is they actually provide, so we can have public comment and the public can tell you if we want it or not. And we can make a solid decision as a community the way it's supposed to be done. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, last speaker, Caroline Hoffman.
First of all, I find it interesting that teachers are expected to come during their off hours and complain about everything. That's a little absurd. Additionally, anytime lawyers come up, I have flashbacks to just the mountainous bills that have been piling up by the board majority. I also, I can't keep up where you guys landed on who can contact attorneys. I believe that this is for the district employees, the administration, not you guys, but again, who can keep up with that? My concern with IPC is that it appears they go after staff, that they are recruiting and hiring people to sit on their panels that have an administrative mindset as opposed to an education mindset. And by that, I mean, there shouldn't be a difference between administration and education, like the teachers. Yet there becomes this power structure and this power struggle of where the administration, you guys found money for yourselves, you found money for your raise, and I realize that's a different budget. But all of a sudden, this, oh, we have $5,000, we can throw it out there. So I don't know what to do with you guys. It's so disheartening. I mean, I could stand here for another minute 30 and roast you, but I'm done.
Okay, so Mrs. Wiersma had this agendized, and I just want to give the shout out to you for doing the deep dive on this. Mrs. Wiersma, I'm going to hand it over to you. You got 2 minutes to present.
Mr. Arce, I know you're ready to present, but I'm going to change it up, and I'm going to speak to this first, and then maybe we'll have some questions. I actually brought this forward to cancel it. I brought this forward to put a pause on it. And we're going to talk about several aspects here, but first of all, I want to thank Mrs. Lash because we emailed back and forth, and I did ask some questions because we received emails. It got my attention, or AALRR sent us any invoice or proof of transfer in the last decade. As I looked at it further, I personally didn't remember voting on this as a board member from 2022 on. I don't remember participating in boardsman training, which is something that they seem to offer. And I think California Ed Code has some strict laws about automatic renewals. So I actually brought it forward because I'm concerned. And many of you voiced those, and I actually applies across 62 different public school systems throughout San Bernardino and Riverside County. You're right, I don't think there's public agendas, public participation. It is public tax dollars, so I do question the accountability aspect. I want to make sure that there's not necessarily a potential circular conflict and a monopoly on information and procedures. When a firm represents the district, trains the district HR, maybe conducts investigations, then there's issues that come up. And I did hear that Mr. Hestron is allegedly peeking into it. If he is, I think what we need to do is step back and put a pause on it because it's set to renew on May 1st, and that is my goal tonight. I do appreciate AALRR. We have some great lawyers, but this concerns me.
Okay. And Mr. Arce, did you want to present?
No, I actually don't have a presentation,
Okay.
but I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any for me as it relates to my experience with IPC.
Then what we'll do, oh, sorry. Yeah, what I'll do is just go board member to board member, and then they can use their 2 minutes to ask you questions if they have any. Does anybody else want to speak on this there's no particular order? Mr.
Yeah.
Schwartz.
Yeah, I've delved into this a little bit. Aside from the emails that I got, my real concern is that our law firm and IPC are tied together. That is my concern, that this law firm that is making policy or telling us what policy we should do is tied up with this group that's also making policy. And I see those lines blurring, and I'm not really happy about it. The same firm that advises us, defends us, and trains us is a governance concern, and that doesn't seem right. The article one article that I read about it, the article identifies the law firm as a direct financial beneficiary of these arrangements, receiving ongoing legal work funded by the same member districts that are effectively steered into this system. the entity advising districts is financially dependent on the continuation and expansion of the structure itself. So I have real concerns not only about IPC, but about AALR and how they are involved with IPC.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anybody else? No, we got to do a full round. Dr. Anderson, are you commenting at all on this first one?
This is very confusing to me. I mean, this was brought to our attention this week. I've sat with the superintendent. I've watched every meeting that we've had going back years and years, and I have never heard of IPC. I mean, so it's, but we've had a contract with them since, I think, 2014, where they have been taking money. I mean, the county has been taking money out of our account. I don't know who knows that that's been going on. I mean, Dr. Velez knows now. I mean, but I mean, this is found out in transition, okay, with superintendents. So it's difficult to say what is really happening here. I mean, I think I know what is happening, but I want to see where Mrs. Wiersma is going to go in a motion, if she's going to do something here. Personally, I don't like consortiums. I don't like singing with other people unless I know who I'm singing with. And I like to roll independently. And one thing I did ask Mr. Arce was, are we taking direction from IPC? And the answer is no, which is comforting. I mean, we take direction from our superintendent. And so, but I have some concerns, but I would like to see, Mrs. Wiersma, where you're going to go with this, because I'm not clear where you're going. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, my concerns with this are conflict of interest, cost-benefit analysis. Some of the numbers that I had Mr. Arce give the board behind the scenes: 2024, $100, 2023, $305, 2020, $425, 2019, $300, 2018, $425, 2017, $1,025, 2016, $680, 2015, $500, 2014, $185. I read an article on EdWatch, and it hints at this may be a shadow influence system. You can get AALRR responding. This is just training and nothing more for HR-related issues and negotiations at a discounted rate. Got all that. For me, it might not be formal governance, but it could shape decisions indirectly. Again, conflict of interest. So I'm not going to be voting for this and I'll wait for her motion as well. But before we continue participation, I want clarity on structure, relationships, and financial implications, because even informal systems like this, they can influence outcomes. So I don't think the cost-benefit analysis is worth it. I'm not even sure we've done much training at all in the district, including Mr. Arce himself attending some of these meetings, which didn't happen. No negligence on his part, it just didn't happen. So I just think money's going out that can be better served in this district with the students. But yeah, that's about it for me. And I think we're on to second round. So Mrs. Wiersma, if you want to tell us what you think with the motion.
So I think the point here that I want all of you to understand is that Temecula leads. We do ask the questions, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation tonight. Mr. Arce, I do want to ask this, and I don't know if you'll know. When was IPC participation last reviewed or approved by the board after 2014?
Here at TVUSC, to my knowledge, it has not.
Do you find that a conflict of interest in terms of ed code, evergreen agreements? I would think we need to have a contract.
Legal perspective and definition of conflict of interest, I can't necessarily comment on that. All I know is that when this district, along with several other Riverside County and San Bernardino districts, entered into this agreement with IPC, there's a clause in the contract that refers to an automatic renewal process, if not otherwise notified by May 1st. And there's a fee attached to that, which to my knowledge has not gone up, that 5,000 amount. And along with that is a reduced hourly rate for legal advice pertaining to personnel matters.
Thank you. So knowing those two things, here's where I'm going to go. Number one, I am going to make a motion that we not renew this. And number two, I'm going to ask AALRR to review the discounted rate that we have supposedly been receiving and continue to honor that. I think there's a lot of scrutiny that's going to go on. I don't profess to have every fact, but I think that's the wisest thing for Temecula to step out and do right now, and that would be the motion.
You might want to edit your motion and waive the second reading.
I would like to edit the motion, waive the second reading, and tonight go ahead and not renew this that's scheduled on an automatic schedule for May 1st.
I second that. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to discontinue. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend the motion. I've expressed my concern at a number of times that we've been getting board policies from other districts, and now I see why we're getting them. We're getting them through AALR. They're taking policies that other districts have written and passing them on to us. And I've objected to them, and I continue to object to them, and I'd like to amend the motion that not only we don't renew IPC, we get rid of AALR also because they are in collusion with IPC.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
I second.
As a point of order, you can't edit the motion, only Mrs. Wiersma can. So unless Mrs. Wiersma wants to edit this, we're going to vote on this, and then we can entertain another motion.
So I'd like to differentiate the two. I'm here to not renew IPC. I am going to insist that we hold on to the lawyers that are working with us. I do respect the work that they have done. I am going to separate them tonight.
Can I just clarify, the motion is to not renew the contract? And then.
For IPC.
For IPC, Dr. Komorowski seconded it.
Yes, and we waive the second reading. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Sure. Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
No.
Schwartz?
No.
Komorowski?
Yes, motion adopted.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Student vote?
I'll refrain right this time.
Thank you.
Motion adopted 3-2. Now, Mr. Schwartz, if you want, you
Yes,
may
I
entertain.
would like to make a motion to sever our relationship with AALR because they are involved with IPC, as Mrs. Wiersma has wonderfully pointed out. They have brought policies from other districts to us, not of our choosing, and I wondered where they came from. I asked that question repeatedly. Where did that policy come from? I never got an answer. Now I know what the answer is. So I'm trying not to be upset and angry about it, but I think we've gotten the short end of the stick from our law firm, and we need to sever our relationship with them.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Lene, would you mind calling? And this is to end. You get 2 more minutes. And that's if the board grants an extension on this time.
No.
No, we don't, yeah, no. We're still under the IPC. You have edited this motion. We're still under this category of which we're taking a vote. We're not inflating this all over again. We have a motion and a second. Your mic's not on.
Yeah, that's the first interruption of the night. Thank you. Dr. Komorowski, so help me here, okay? Because we have new rules, and I want to understand. Okay, so if somebody makes a motion, we get 1 time, 2 minutes around. So if somebody amends a motion or amends the motion, it's another motion. So are we not, and I'm trying to clarify for the future, so are we not going to get any debate time going around for an amended motion?
I can ask majority of the board if they want to extend it 2 minutes, and I'd be willing to do that for the second motion, and that's it, because it's under the category of information reports. And quite frankly, this shouldn't even be entertained under this information reports item. It should be agendized by Mr. Schwartz for a different meeting. So if the majority of the board does not grant the time, you have a motion and a second, we're going to vote on it.
All right, we'll vote. Let's vote.
All right, we're going to vote. Lene, please call roll.
Wiersma,
The motion is by Mr. Schwartz is to end the contract with, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Schwartz, would you repeat your motion?
Yes, my motion was to sever our relationship with AALR because they are inexorably involved with IPC, who we just kicked out.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Lene, thank you.
Wiersma,
More context is needed. It's a no for me tonight.
Anderson,
And it's a no for me because we signed a 3-year contract, and I think there's consequences to that.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz, Komrosky,
No.
student vote.
I'll refrain.
Motion not adopted, 3-2. All right, we're moving on to general public comments. Governing Board welcomes public comments. This is the time for open session public comments. Public comments are allowed up to a maximum of 3 minutes per comment in the order received, to a maximum total time of 30 minutes per item for comments on agenda items or non-agenda items. For consent agenda item topics, a limit of 3 minutes total will be allowed from one speaker. Unless the speaker is placed, unless the item has been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act, there shall be no action taken. No discussion will be made regarding personnel issues in open session. Also pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, the public comment process shall not be used to show support or opposition for any ballot measure or candidate for a political office, including candidates for the District Board of Education. All public comments are an important part of the board meeting and are carefully considered by the governing board. And I want to, yes, okay, so we have 14 comments. 2 minutes is 24, 3 minutes. What's the board want to do, 2 minutes? We got consensus for 2 minutes?
No, outside of the item concerning me, this agenda is pretty benign, so I say let's give the public 3 minutes.
Mr. Schwartz?
We moved the public comments to this part so people could speak. Now we want to limit their speech. I say 3 minutes.
I'm going to go with 2 minutes. Consensus is reached. We'll have 2 minutes. And before the comments start, and this is a timely announcement for the same people that are repeat offenders, if the audience gets out of control and tries to run the meeting with loud clapping, comments, yelling, chortling, chuckling, whatever it is, I'm going to give the entire audience their first objective warning for disturbing the board I'm going to give their first warning for objectively disturbing the board from conducting business. If I have to do it a second time, I'll ask speaker, clap, intimidate, make sounds, whistling noises. You get the picture. Respect all speakers with different opposing views. Thank you.
Okay, first up, we have student Adam Timney, followed by Todd Reeves.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Timney, and I'm a junior at Great Oak High School. Today, I'd like to address the board about remarks made at the last board meeting on March 10th regarding issues of security and safety on the Great Oak campus due to a certain person being invited. First, I would like to remind everyone that when 3,000 plus students are crammed into a tiny campus for 7 or more hours a day, it's inevitable that security risks will arise. There will always be those who are disgruntled with current policies, simply in a bad mood, or just easily influenced by inflammatory remarks. The downstream effects of such actions and victimize others. Therefore, I believe that inviting Ms. Tapia to our school in the first place was a mistake. It is not Ms. Tapia's political beliefs that are a problem. It is the fact that in the past, as was stated by speakers at our last meeting, Ms. Tapia has made incendiary remarks encouraging harassment and divisiveness, which foments aggression towards vulnerable individuals. This is the hallmark behavior of a bully. That type of behavior has no place in our schools. This morning, I met with the head of the Career Exploration Club at GOHS. This club operates from guest speakers coming in and educating students about their jobs. So do many other clubs. I am not asking for no guest speakers. I am asking for the district to carefully screen all of the guest speakers who enter our campuses, those who do not have the common sense to avoid creating unnecessary drama and disruption, and worse, potential violence. This is not an issue that can be addressed with increased security. This is an issue of proper vetting. I am asking this district to be mindful of who is speaking to our students and the downstream effects of divisive and hostile speech. Please do this so we can keep our campuses safer. Thank you.
Next up is Todd Reeves, followed by David Sola.
Good evening. I'm talking about, we have section 66016A. It's going to be talked later, I guess, for the new developers fee. And from I understand that it's going to help the school, additional fees, and it's for the new developers. Other people might say here that it's for all, but it's only for new developers. And I think it's a right decision to get funding from these fees, especially because in this month, from the report of purchases by Fund Resource, that just for this month, we got $80,000 for Board of Education for the legal services. That money could have been spent otherwise. I know you need some legal services, but not $80,000 for 1 month.
I'm going to do a point, before Mr. Sola speaks, I'm going to do a point of clarification right now. This $80,000 legal fee that somebody may or may not mention, which was just mentioned, that's a purchase order for
Point of order.
projected costs.
Point of
You do
order,
not have the
Dr.
floor.
Komorowski.
Please do not interrupt me.
Point of order.
Please do not
No.
interrupt me. I am allowed to do this. And so basically what I want to tell you, this
No.
is a purchase order to the end of the year. Mr. Barham, if you can't maintain your composure up here and your professionalism,
know
we'll
what?
call us into recess.
You know what? It's a point of order.
You want to go about this all night long and be a
public
professional?
comments.
Thank you. And he hasn't started yet. So therefore, I'll tell you this is misinformation. That is a purchase order extended out to the end of the year. Those aren't fees owed, those are fees projected. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I go now? I just want to make sure we're done, because I thought we weren't going to start.
Please start his clock, Lene.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Just one point of clarification, Mrs. Wiersma. Just because you say that the two entities are split doesn't actually make that a fact. They're still tied together. Good evening. I just want to talk really quick about the decision to move public comments to this time right now. Because at this point, it's starting to feel less like a coincidence and more like a strategy. When you put public comments first, it makes it really easy for people who are not part of this community to come in here, speak, and then leave. They don't stay for the discussion, they don't stay for the votes, they don't stay for the consequences of what they're advocating for. And then you do all of this to move it here, and you give us 2 minutes. What a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, sir. You fight and fight and fight and say you want to give people an opportunity to come up here and speak, and everyone should speak when it's your people. But as soon as I disagree with you, I get less time than everybody else. You'd rather have people come in here from out of state, record me, don't worry about it, it's already on YouTube, guy, come on, what's wrong with you? All right, listen, you have people come here from out of state, you have people fly over here to make public comments, and then you give them all the time in the world, but parents that put blood and sweat equity into this district get 2 minutes. It's ridiculous. The people who are invested in this district shouldn't be the ones scrambling for a few minutes at the mic, while others are essentially given a more convenient path in and out. There's also a limit on how much time is available for public comment, so when a group fills that time early, whether intentionally or not, it leaves less room for everyone else. That's just the reality of how this is structured. So I'd really like to understand the thinking here. Who is this setup working best for? Do you actually care about parents in this district, or only about the people in this district that voted for you? Are those the only people that you care about? And are we comfortable with the idea that the voices of people who are here every day, parents, staff, community members, might be getting squeezed out because of how this is being run? Because from where I'm sitting, it doesn't feel like the process is built around the people who are most impacted by your decisions. They're just impacted by the people who are most impacted by your likes on Instagram.
We missed a student
I have a
speaker, so Isabella Shearling.
So I have a point of clarification, Dr. Komrosky. I have a point of clarification. Please.
Go ahead.
Why were you recording him?
We'll take the next speaker.
The next speaker is a student, Isabella Shearling.
To answer your question, this is a recorded meeting, Mr. Barham. Thank you.
Hello, board members. I am Isabel Sherling. I am a student of Chaparral and a student driver. I drive my sister and my partner, who is next to me today, every morning and still struggle to find a parking spot. My school has no parking left due to student and staff population, which continues to grow every year, and there is still a line for students to get a parking spot. Students who are not lucky enough to get a parking spot struggle every morning to outside of school, especially with the recent email that has been sent out about the parking situation. I would like you if you can find a situation concerning this. Thank you.
Next up is Monica Lacone, followed by Jennifer Catalano. Monica Lacone, followed by Jennifer Catalano.
Did you miss me? Yeah. It's important that the record reflect facts. I would like to use my time to correct statements made by board member Jennifer Wiersma at the last school board meeting. Ms. Wiersma, it would behoove you to leave Christianity out of the equation, especially when you protest against children. Blessed is the one who does not walk in stride with the wicked. Here are the facts. Jessica Tapia was fired from Jurupa Valley School District for not following district policy. Jessica Tapia, after being fired, made a career of and was paid to bully, harass, and conspire against Temecula students, teachers, and parents. Jessica Tapia worked with Tim Thompson and his organizations Our Watch and 412 Church. It is my understanding that Our Watch and 412 Church, more specifically Simon Cooper, an associate pastor for Tim Thompson at 412 Church, maintained the social media page, We the Parents. The We the Parents social media page, maintained by Associate Pastor Simon Cooper, was responsible for the bullying and harassment of TVUSD students, teachers, and parents. And during the time that the We the Parents social media page was active, and while Jessica Tapia worked with this page, students were harassed and bullied, parents were followed leaving school board meetings, people's homes were cased and staked out, teachers profiled on that page were harassed and threatened. Most importantly, students were harmed emotionally and physically because of posts made on that page. Again, the fact is that Jessica Tapia worked with the people who maintained that now defunct page. Jessica Tapia continued to harass and bully students, and on her public page when she said a student should be whooped for making comments at a school board meeting. Very shortly thereafter, she posted on Instagram about being at a playground with her kids and a concealed weapon. She is not a victim, and neither are you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer. I'm here in support of all of our fabulous teachers. The teachers and the staff of this district work tirelessly every day to improve student achievement. Year after year, we are ranked the #1 school district in Riverside County. Yet, despite this success, we rank 33rd out of 33 surrounding districts in compensation. That raises a simple but important question. Why?
Families choose to move to Temecula because of the strength of our schools. What we provide goes far beyond basic education. We are shaping lives from elementary all the way up to high school and preparing students for their futures. We are expected to consistently deliver high-quality instruction and results, and we do so with dedication and pride. However, the commitment is not reflected in how we are treated at the bargaining table. A 0% increase on the salary schedule is not just disappointing, it's deeply discouraging. It feels especially disheartening when at the same time you guys have given yourself raises, both the board and district administration, and step increases. Where is the investment in teachers? While a 3% raise was given last year, it was not ongoing. This year, that increase effectively disappeared. With the rising medical costs, many teachers are actually taking home up to $500 less a month. This is not progress, this is a step backwards. We are asking for fairness. We are asking for recognition that aligns with the results that we deliver and the role that we play in a district being a top performing district. Supporting teachers is not optional. It is essential to sustaining the excellence that this community values. Thank you.
Christy McClure. Christy McClure, followed by Mike Brewer.
Since the last board meeting, a student was struck by a car in front of a school. A teacher was injured while on campus doing their job. Both of these incidents have happened before. They've happened this year, they happened the year before. Yet you spend your time up here focusing on petty arguments, snide, passive-aggressive comments, and attacking each other instead of addressing the real issues facing students and staff. You were elected to lead, to set policy, provide direction, manage the budget, and ensure safe, effective schools. That is the job. But instead, meeting after meeting, the public watches dysfunction. We see time wasted on minutia and constant infighting that do nothing to improve student outcomes. In any professional setting, this kind of inappropriate behavior and failure to perform basic job responsibilities would be grounds for termination. The only reason it continues here is because you are elected officials without a boss. But make no mistake, the community is your employer. We are watching, and we are evaluating your performance. As a resident, a taxpayer, a voter, and a parent of TVUSD students, and a frequent attendee of these meetings, I am exhausted by all of this. Exhausted by the dysfunction, exhausted by the wasted time, and frankly, exhausted by the wasted money on unnecessary attorney fees and avoidable conflicts that you yourselves create. And if I feel this way as a community member, I cannot imagine how the cabinet, district staff, and teachers feel. The people on the ground, the ones actually educating our children, and often being hurt in the process, deserve better from the board that is supposed to support them. This unprofessional behavior has been going on since December 2022. That is not a one bad meeting. It's not a rough patch. This is a pattern. At the end of the day, this is very simple. We just want you to do your jobs. Focus on policies that matter, address safety issues, be fiscally responsible, protect students and staff.
Good evening. I want to speak candidly tonight because the situation we're facing as educators is no longer something that can be addressed with delays, general statements, or deflections, which you love to do. This is about safety, this is about compensation, and this is about whether the district is willing to treat these issues with the urgency they demand. We continue to hear the district is facing financial challenges, that district decision, meaningful solutions that prioritize the people who make this district function, its teachers. Instead, the burden continues to fall on us. We're asked to do more, absorb more, and accept more risk, while conversations about fair compensation and adequate medical support are delayed, minimized, or dismissed altogether. At the same time, members of the board publicly criticize and undermine the very union that represents its educators. That rhetoric doesn't solve problems, it deepens them. Let's be clear, these issues are not theoretical, they're real. They are happening now, and they are affecting morale, retention, and ultimately student success. Our starting salary, I'm not even going to mention that, it was already mentioned. Meanwhile, we're told that simply being a part of this district should be considered a benefit in itself. Are you kidding me? Respectfully, that's not enough. We are not asking for excess. We are asking for fairness, for safety, and for recognition of the realities we face every day in our classrooms. So the question becomes, what will it take for this district to act with urgency? Will it take teachers leaving? Will it take collective action? Or will the board choose to lead now, before the situation worsens? We are ready to be a part of the solutions, but if we need to, we'll do others.
Danny Molina, followed by Josh Shirley.
Good evening again. You know, in this district, there are several pillars. I've seen presentations come up here of the pillars to success and the stakeholders in the district. We have staff members, teachers included. We have parents, we have students, and we have taxpayers. And a lot of those people are overlapped. Some people meet all those categories. One thing that's interesting to me is how often I'm told I should pull my kids out of public school. How often I'm told, dude, you should do charter school. And how often I defend this district and the staff and the teachers sitting here. So it's very conflicting to me when I see staff members stand up and hold a fist and threaten to strike because they're not getting the pay. And it makes me feel like that's what my kids are to you. I know some parents, many parents in the district, support the staff blindly at all costs. Well, many of us don't live like that. Many of us were here fighting for parental rights, and the people sitting in this room were telling me, take that to Sacramento. We have an issue that is not the fault of the board. We have an issue of a financial deficit in the whole state, and the irony is, and I'm not trying to get political, but many people within this room voted for the leadership that has failed the districts throughout all of California. The board has to represent all of those stakeholders, not just teachers. And I think that's the difficulty that's going on. And make no mistake, teachers, I love you. If you can get a 10% raise, I'm all about it. But the reality is, where does the money come from? How can we do it? So please, consider the parents that are like me in this district. Thank you.
Next up is Josh Shirley, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
I had prepared remarks, and in just watching the actions this evening, I feel like I have to kind of ditch them and just go off the cuff. You guys have a job. It's a hard job. It's managing 24,000 students, 1,000 wonderful employees. The scores and the accolades that this district gets is only because of the people in the classroom and how well supported those people are. Those are the people that are loving on the kids, training them, feeding them, cleaning up after them. We are only the best district because of the people who are working with the children. That needs to be the priority of the board. Solving issues like parking spaces should be something that's in the realm of the board. But having political theater, writing censor policies for really just petty personal things that should be private, recording somebody from the dais, these aren't... I would take away my kids' phones if they did that. If I did that at work, I would get fired. If I'm in the middle of a conversation and somebody's arguing with me and I started recording them, I would get fired. This is a wild standard for my children to watch. And you guys, and you have doctor in front of both of your names. And I don't mean that as an insult. I actually respect both of you very much. But I can only respect until the behavior you show me is just a lax maturity. Please, take care of the teachers as best you can. Inflation is a real thing. Budget constraints are real things. I know that everybody can't get what they want, but negotiate in good faith. Don't bring cultural war crap in.
We'll just hold it. First of all, I wasn't aware of the fact that caring for the children's education and wanting to feed your own families were mutually exclusive. That's absurd to me. I don't love that comments got moved to the beginning because I like being able to do like a little report card on all your missed opportunities during the time. But consent item 30, I realize that was pulled, and that has to do with, I believe that has to do with the bond. And I think that it should be addressed because you work for a public school. You wanted this job. Like, you weren't forced to have it. You ran for it. But it seems like when it comes to getting money for said school, you're like hands off. This was just about a proposal to see if people wanted to pay more to support their schools. The bond wasn't going to go into effect. Additionally, you're making decisions that will impact this district when you might not even be here next year. I don't understand why you can't. That's the other thing. You were elected by a small majority in your district. And I say a small majority because we know that many people don't even vote. I think at the time you got like 24% and you got like 22% of all eligible voters in your districts. But you sit there and you say that you speak for your constituents that put you in those chairs. But you don't. This is a nonpartisan seat. It is not your religious mission. And yet all you do is sit there and look bored and make faces, and you don't actually consider what's at stake.
Next up is Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by David Hatch.
So, good evening. I just wanted to acknowledge that April marks another Autism Awareness Month, and I'm disappointed that there hasn't been more recognition on the agenda. We discuss SPED on a continuous basis, but crickets this month. The awareness part makes it easier to address, and it takes the elephant out of the room when we acknowledge it. But on a more positive note, what I came here to talk about tonight is I want to talk about how great things are at TVHS. I spend a lot of time there as a parent booster. I am proud of the spirit of generosity I witnessed when I am there. I attended Empty Bowls again this year, and I know Ms. Wiersma, we had a chance to chat. It was lovely. The Golden Bear Awards were on Tuesday night. I had a chance to be there, and it was great to see these kids. There's probably, I think, between 30 and 40 kids who were awarded based on their character, and it was a really nice thing to see. It wasn't just about grades. It wasn't just about performance. It was about who they were as humans, and I think that is a great thing to celebrate. In the spirit of building character, I'm very proud of our football team. We are adopting the Bears Give Back as our philosophy. I know one of our other Booster Board members is here this evening too. In addition to our holiday drives and our other volunteer work in the community, our players and coaches, on their spring break, their days off, they gave a free youth camp to over 170 second through 8th graders, both boys and girls. And we may host another one before summer due to popular demand. So when the community at large has done so much for our players, we are teaching these young men that paying it forward makes good citizens. I am so grateful that they are led by these underpaid but amazing staff, and both classified and certificated at TVHS. I'm glad they're not here witnessing your behavior tonight.
David Hatch, followed by Lindsay.
Good evening, board. My name is David Hatch. I'm a parent. I've been coming to these meetings since September when my kids started in the district. And every day, every time I look at these agendas, and it seems like it's designed to keep the legal profession in business. I don't know why a Board of Education needs so many legal services. I don't care if $80,000 is future spending. There shouldn't be $80,000 in legal spending in our budget. I am very frustrated. And that being said, we also are running a $20 million deficit as a district for the next 3 years. If this goes on, if you continue as president, we're going to be bankrupt by 2030. Not okay. We keep hearing about these financial constraints, but legal spend across multiple firms, ISP, AFF, AC, FU to the school, it's ridiculous. You guys have prepaid legal services. That's not fiscal discipline, that's a disconnect. It doesn't stop there. The district has asked taxpayers to support bond measures. We had a committee that said that a bond measure is feasible. Guess what? Where is the bond feasibility study? Nowhere in existence. Where is the municipal bond that Ms. Lash brought up in May of last year? May, we've had a year. The public needs this. There's a CFD bond issue. We are not even attempting to help change the fiscal trajectory of this district, and the two people responsible for it can't even look at someone speaking. It is unacceptable. Thank you.
Last speaker is Lindsay.
Okay. Good evening. I want to address a clear pattern of behavior from trustee Jen Wiersma, repeatedly using her social media to promote classrooms that reject technology entirely, pushing a pen and paper only approach, and praising teachers across the country who share that belief. Let me be clear, balance matters. Foundational skills matter. But rejecting technology in today's world is not just outdated, it is irresponsible. We are preparing students for a future driven by technology, artificial intelligence, and digital literacy. AI is not coming, it's already here. And students who are not taught how to use it responsibly will fall behind. I'll give you a real example. My 6-year-old is reading at 5th grade level. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because of a combination of traditional learning and access to technology. Without that balance, he would not be where he is today. So when a trustee with influence is repeatedly promoting on social media classrooms that eliminate technology altogether, that sends a dangerous message, not just to parents, but to teachers in this district. And it gets worse. Trustee Wiersma didn't just mention a math teacher, she celebrated one who openly said that she doesn't grade homework on accuracy, only on completion and effort. In math, accuracy is the standard. And we now have a trustee publicly applauding a system where correct answers don't matter. That is not innovation, that is lowering expectations. And if a teacher doesn't have the time to grade for accuracy, then maybe the issue isn't the students. Maybe it's the refusal to use the very tools that make that possible. So I'll say this plainly. If this is the direction being promoted, no technology and no accountability for correct answers, then we are not preparing students for the future. We are setting them up to fail in it. And when that failure becomes reality, it won't be a surprise. It will be the direct result of what is being encouraged right now. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to action items. The first one is new textbook. Give me 1 second. Okay, we have speaking on 5. Okay. I would like to propose, I do have comments on number 1 with theory of knowledge, which I was excited about, but I can push that to the end of the meeting. On my board comments, I'd like to propose an omnibus motion 1 through 6 if we have no board comments to save time, and then we can take the speaker for 4 comments on number 5. So would the board like to entertain an omnibus motion 1 through 6?
I have an amendment to number 5 that I would like to add.
Okay, do you want to do an omnibus motion on items 1 through 4?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and basically, we just need a third for, we don't even need a motion second, we just need consensus. and then we can omnibus. We have consensus, 1 through 4.
Plus 6, since 5's the only one they're going to talk about.
Steve?
Yes, that's fine.
1 through 4, and item 6, we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
And then, sorry, again, we don't need it. Oh, sorry. We don't need it to get the approval. Lene, would you mind calling roll for items 1 through 4, and then item 6, and then we'll backtrack to item 5 for public comments.
Sure. Wiersma?
Yes, yes to the online learning and other aspects in these particular numbers, yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes?
Student vote?
Yes.
Motion adopted, 5-0. Okay, so now we're going to entertain 4 comments for number 5.
Okay, first,
Yeah.
sorry.
And this is resolution number 2025-26/34, California Teacher of the Year, Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. Steve, did you had an amendment? Well, let's
Yes.
hear the public comments
No,
first.
let's have the public.
Yeah.
Okay, David Sola, followed by Ginny Scharf.
Oh, Lene, would you? Yep.
You may want to charge your phone. I have 5 more. Good evening. I appreciate seeing this item recognizing Teacher Appreciation Week and California Day of the Teacher. Our teachers absolutely deserve to be recognized, no question about that. But I want to take a moment to talk about what that recognition actually means. Because appreciation isn't just what gets said in a resolution. It's what gets said the other 51 weeks of the year. And over the past couple years, there's been a lot of rhetoric, not necessarily from everyone on this board, but certainly around this district, that puts teachers in a difficult position. Messaging that suggests that they can't be trusted, that they're pushing agendas, that they're part of something bigger than just educating kids. And that has an impact. It affects morale, it affects retention, it affects whether people even want to come teach in this district. So if we're going to stand here and recognize teachers, I think it's fair to ask for something simple and clear. I'd like to hear members of this board go on the record tonight and say directly that you trust our teachers, that you support them as professionals, and that you believe they are acting in the best interest of students, not just in a resolution, but in your own words. Because our teachers deserve more than appreciation in writing, than platitudes. They deserve to know where their leadership actually stands. And I think the community deserves to hear that clearly. Thank you.
Jennifer Scharf, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Good evening. So I see that you're about to make 2 proclamations regarding California Day of the Teacher and Classified Employees Week. So I'm here to make a proclamation of my own. Whereas every single person on that dais gave themselves a raise within the last year, whereas 2 people on that school board got the district into a politically motivated lawsuit that the district lost and will eventually cost millions of taxpayer dollars. Whereas you have spent $45,000 in legal fees in the last 3 months. Whereas one speaker who just blamed Sacramento for our money problems actually contributed to those problems by stalking women into the parking lot, increasing the need for extra security. Whereas several of you on that day has campaigned by maligning teachers as groomers, indoctrinators, and the mafia. Whereas you love that gavel more than doing your job. Whereas the demands on the classroom professionals continue to increase, and those classroom professionals continue to show up every single day for our students. Whereas we are the lowest paid district in the 33 Riverside County school districts. Whereas we are still the highest performing district in Riverside County because of those underpaid and underappreciated educational professionals. Whereas this district has shown it cares more about the brand than the folks that made the brand. Whereas these proclamations don't pay for kids' braces, school clothes, or college tuition. Whereas proclamations don't pay the mortgage, put gas in the tank, or food on the table. I proclaim that you need to value educators and paraprofessionals and give us the respect we deserve and the COLA we earned.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Edgar Diaz.
My comments apply for both the classified employees and teachers' proclamations. While I think this is a nice sentiment, the teachers and staff would rather just have a contract. Or they would like to check Instagram without seeing board members post about how evil they are for being in a union, or being called an activist, or an indoctrinator for asking to get paid or get textbooks. Having their teaching methods challenged by someone who can't pronounce pedagogy, let alone define it, is insulting. I will never understand why members of this board go to such great lengths to insult your labor force, unless your goal is to truly break public education. I know that Dr. Velez put this on the agenda with good intent, but my comments are directed at the board and their predictable behaviors during their discussion. The classified employees are just as vital to making this district run, and they deserve a contract as well. In the spirit of Autism Awareness Month, I want to especially say thank you to all the support staff in special education for making a difference in the lives of my children's education. So I beg of you, please pay them and protect them. Thank you.
Edgar Diaz. Edgar Diaz.
Good evening. On California Day of the Teacher coming up in May, I'd just like to let you know that the people behind you was able to submit 1,240 signatures in the effort to continue to protect California public school funding. They're one of the only locals to be able to advocate to the level to ensure that the stream of money that is coming to fund this district is there. And I applaud the 4 of you all up here who signed that petition with us. 4 who are employed and are responsible for the good of this district. 4 of you took me up on the offer to join us and be able to protect that funding. The rest of you decided not to come up. Now, if that's leadership at our district, where you are in charge of a public school district and you are not willing to say the revenue to this district should continue to come, then why are you here? That's the advocacy Temecula Valley Unified School District needs. We need revenue, not because we're greedy, but because we want to provide programs for students. And the money's not coming in because there is a tax that's falling off and you're still not willing to say, I advocate for that. Being there and not participating in that is just telling everyone else, we just want $40 million to fall off. And we don't care if teachers are fired. We don't care if students face higher class sizes. We don't care if we have to shut down schools, because that's what's going to come to when we have all the advocacy not going to what we need in Temecula, which is funding for our students to be able to succeed and money for them to not have to donate $1,000, $2,000 of their own funds to pretty up classrooms so that parents are happy when they walk in. They're the ones donating the money to classrooms. They don't get paid for that.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, you wanted to entertain an edit to this motion?
Yes, something that, as former teachers, Mr. Barham and I worked on. I know they're hollow words, but I think I still want to say them. Whereas teachers play a vital role in shaping the intellectual, emotional, and social development of students, and whereas teachers dedicate countless hours to planning, instruction, mentoring, supporting students both inside and outside the classroom, and whereas teachers foster critical thinking, creativity, and a lifelong love of learning in all students, and whereas teachers serve as role models, mentors, and trusted adults who positively influence the lives of young people, and whereas the contributions of teachers are essential to the success of our schools, our community, and our future, whereas the observance of the Day of the Teacher, celebrated during Teacher Appreciation Week, provides an opportunity to recognize and honor the dedication and achievements of our educators. Thank you.
I'll second that.
You have a second?
I second.
Any other discussion?
I do.
Ms. Wussman?
So first of all, I want to say I'm grateful for those of you who have spoken tonight. I come from a family of teachers. I actually work in education, and I just dedicated some things free of charge the other day to the group I was working with. So I do understand that. I do want to say, contrary to what I feel is kind of a takedown tonight with the messaging, I want to let you know we are working hard. Everyone on this dais, including our administrators, we're talking and we're seeking to figure it out. And the $80,000 that we speak of, well, some of it might be going to negotiations. So what I want to encourage you in understanding is there's always two sides to the coin. And I want you to be encouraged in knowing that I take great joy in calling someone like Mrs. McClure as we go through math committee together, and I want to know how her daughter's doing, and we're doing the work, and we're having a great conversation. And thank you for the shout out at TVHS Bowls. We did have a great conversation, and I loved it. And I'm on your side. Teachers, I am on your side, and you can't understand all the, excuse me, please
Point
let
of
me
order.
finish. Please let me finish. A couple years ago, we settled on an 8% and a 1.5 off. I had people say, wow, my company would never give that. And I said, you know what, our teachers do work hard. And we do consider all things in the budget, but it's not magic either. At the end of the day, there's a lot of factors to take into account. And for the union, I want to tell you, you can't always have it both ways. You can't. But we're doing our best. We're grateful for you. I love what Mr. Schwartz added tonight, and I applaud you. And I'm not going to stop talking.
Who was
'cause I have
that
8
interrupting
seconds.
Mrs. Wiersma? Hold on, Mrs. Wiersma, I'll give you your time. Who was that? Got it, Brian. Thank you so much. We're going to grant 15 seconds back to Mrs. Wiersma.
I'm just asking you to be respectful. We heard you. We continue to hear you. I love serving at TVUSD, and we're going to continue working hard. So thank you for bringing your voice here tonight.
No, Mr. Barham didn't speak, neither did I. You can speak. We got 2 minutes.
It's quick. It's quick. I just want to make a clarification that the $80,000 is not going to go for negotiations. That is applied, that $80,000 is for Board of Education matters, okay? That's talking about lawsuits, talking about morality. If there's a legal expense for AALRR in terms of negotiation, that goes under HRD. So the $80,000 for the Board of Education is for all the nonsense that these three cause. So I just want to make that clarification.
That's not true.
Mr. Barham, that had nothing to do with California Day of the Teacher. You're out of line. So you know what? We have a motion and a second on this. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson? Yes. Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. We're on to item 7, resolution number 2025-26/32, authorizing the issuance and sale of 2026 general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $65 million to refinance outstanding bonds of the district and approving related documents and actions. And we have one comment.
David Sola?
Good evening. I want to take a moment to recognize Mrs. Lash and the Business Services team for the work behind this item. This is the kind of discipline behind-the-scenes financial management that doesn't always get attention, but it has a very real impact on our community. What's being proposed here is a bond refunding, essentially taking the existing debt from prior issuances in 2016 and 2018 and restructuring it under more favorable market conditions. The goal is straightforward: reduce long-term debt service costs without increasing taxpayer burden or extending the repayment timeline. That matters. Because in an environment where interest rates and municipal markets are constantly shifting, timing and structure are everything. Getting this right requires coordination between advisors, underwriters, and legal counsel, and doing it in a way that meets California's savings requirements under Government Code 53552 is not trivial. I also appreciate that this is being approached conservatively. This document makes it clear that this does not increase the total voter authorization, it does not extend the maturity beyond legal limits, and it must produce net savings compared to the remaining cost of the existing bonds. That's exactly the kind of financial stewardship taxpayers should expect. Now, I did look through the supporting materials, and unless I missed it, Mrs. Lash, I don't see a finalized number tied to the expected debt service savings yet. And I'm sure you're probably going to go into that because that's how much faith and confidence I have in how great you are at doing your job. But this is not something that we should just read over and just pass over as an action item, because the amount of work that goes into this is super important. As we come up here and we talk about cost savings and we try to find the money, it's Mrs. Lash and her team that's trying to pull that off, and it's really difficult. So the fact that she's trying to take our debt, and especially the debt service, that's just money that we're paying just to hold on to the debt, and bring that down, that's where we're starting to make some of that progress. So Mrs. Lash, again, hats off to you. Looking forward to see what you have to say about this. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? Thank you, Mrs. Lash, for saving the taxpayers of our community money. Ms. Lewersma, do you have comments?
I just have a question. I totally concur. Thank you, Mrs. Lash, for doing so much work on this. I agree with it. Question, I don't know if you can answer this, but how will these savings be realized by the community? Will this result in a lower tax rate on their next bill? Will it shorten the term of the debt? What can you give us? Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Velez, I should have asked you first.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Mrs. Lash.
Thank you.
So in the municipal world, we use the word refunding, but those of us that have ever refinanced our house, it's the same thing. The difference is you don't extend the term. So there are 18 years remaining on these bonds. The district benefits none from this refunding. This is simply to save taxpayer dollars. And so over the next 18 years, if we refund, and it's hard to tell, the reason why there's not a specific dollar amount in here is it depends on the day that we go to market. We anticipate if we approve tonight, we'll go to market 2 weeks from today. But our projection, if we went to market today, would be about $3.7 million in savings to the taxpayers over the next 18 years, which is a net present value savings of about 9%. And we typically don't refund a bond unless it's at 4 to 5% net present value savings. So the fact that it's at 9% is a really good time to go to market for this.
And this was Measure Y, interest from a former bond.
Not just
correct?
interest, it's outstanding principal on
Great.
one of the, so when you put a bond out, you issue it in series. This is.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second?
I move.
Moved by Dr. Anderson, second by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Student vote.
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're off to a cluster 8 through 11 where I'm going to do a scripted reading. So please have patience. Item 8, notice to conduct a public hearing regarding the increase to State Allocation Board statutory level 1 developer fee rates.
Hey, Dr. Komrosky, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Do we have public comments on this? On 11, so how do we, he's doing an omnibus?
No, not omnibus. I'm just
Okay.
letting the audience know these are clustered together.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got you.
I'll
Sorry
take the
about- sorry
comments
about
on.
that.
I'll take the comments on 11. I call for a motion, a second, to provide notice to conduct the required public hearing regarding the authorization of an increase to statutory level 1 developer fee rates. Do I have a motion, a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson. Seconded by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Student vote.
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Temecula Valley Unified School District Order of Proceedings for Public Hearing on the Proposed Fee Justification Report and the increase to Level 1 developer fees. The board will now address matters related to the updated fee justification report and the proposed increase to the statutory Level 1 developer fees of the Temecula Valley Unified School District. Action item number 9. Public hearing on the fee justification report for the new residential and commercial/industrial development and the proposed Level 1 developer fees. I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing on the fee justification report and the proposed statutory Level 1 fees and received any oral or written presentations. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Barham. Linnea, do you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes.
Student vote.
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Linnea. This is the time and place designated for the statutorily mandated public hearing regarding the updated fee justification report and proposed increase to statutory Level 1 developer fees. District staff have informed me that all notices and postings for the public hearing and the proposed fee justification report has been duly and timely completed, posted, and are on file at the district offices. The board will now open the public hearing to receive any oral and written presentations regarding the proposed fee justification report and the increase to statutory Level 1 developer fees. And
There's no public comment.
we have 3 public comments, and we'll take them now. It's really for 11, but do you want to embed them into? Okay. Got it. Given that we have, sorry for the confusion, given that we have no oral or written presentations or other public comments, the board will now close the public hearing. Thank you. Now we're on item 10. Action item 10. Resolution number 2025/26-31, approving and adopting fee justification report for the new residential and commercial/industrial development and authorizing increase in statutory Level 1 developer fees. I call for a motion and a second on this.
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes.
Student vote.
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Linnea. On March 10, 2026, this board held public hearings in a landowner election for Community Facilities District Number 2026-1. At that time, the board introduced an ordinance levying special taxes within the district. State law requires the district to levy special taxes in the Community Facilities District by ordinance. The board will now consider adoption of the ordinance levying taxes in the district. This is sometimes called the second reading of the ordinance. Now we're on to action item 11. We have 3 public comments, but let me read it out. This is the second reading of ordinance number 2025-26/01 of the Board of Education of Temecula Valley Unified School District levying special taxes within Temecula Valley Unified School District Community Facilities District number 2026-1. We'll bring up the comments at this time. Thank you.
Sure. First up is David Sola, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
So we've talked about this before, and I think it's important that we're clear about what this actually is, because I fully expect this to get mischaracterized. This is not a blanket tax increase on the community. This is a targeted financing tool tied to new development. What it really does is ensure that growth pays for growth. New development brings new students. New students require facilities, infrastructure, and long-term capacity. If we don't have a mechanism like this, those costs don't disappear. They get pushed onto existing taxpayers or absorbed into already stretched district resources. And that's the part that often gets left out of the conversation. There's also a structural safeguard here that I think is worth highlighting. This CFD is a separate legal entity, and the funding comes from special taxes levied only within that district and collected alongside property taxes. The general fund isn't being tapped to subsidize this. So when people say no more taxes, I understand the sentiment, but the real question is, who should be responsible for funding the impact of the new development? Because saying no to tools like this doesn't eliminate the cost. It just shifts it somewhere else. And usually that means existing families, existing schools, and existing programs end up carrying that burden. This is one of the few tools available that aligns funding with impact. It allows the district to plan responsibly, build capacity where it's needed, and do it without overextending our current resources. So I think it's important that we talk about this clearly and honestly, not in slogans, but in how this actually works. So Mrs. Wiersma, I know last time you had promised to do some homework on what this was, and you ended your statement by saying no more taxes, and you voted no. Well, here we are, months down the road now. I would love to hear your rationale now. Thank you.
Next up is Caroline Hoffman, followed by Lindsay.
Oh, my pen. So taxes are being mentioned, which is why I can safely assume Jen will vote against it. I just want to echo what was said. The CFD just allows the district to, as far as I know, because I've never been elected to school board, allows the district to make plans because they have that guaranteed money coming in. They'll get the money regardless. The houses will sell, they'll get paid every year. But again, anyone voting against this funding shouldn't be sitting on the dais, and they shouldn't be reelected because this is about supporting schools.
Lindsay?
Okay, so I want to speak in support of Community Facilities District Number 2026-1. At the end of the day, CFDs are about one simple thing: new development funding its own impact. So I'm sure you're aware on Butterfield Stage, you have about 30 homes that are going to be sold at $1.5 to $2 million, and then another 112 homes that are going to range between about $100,000 and $900,000. You want that new development funding its own impact. When you go to buy that home, you know in the disclosures what your tax rate is going to be, and you know that you're going to inherit that tax. It's essentially Mello-Roos. So as these new communities are built, there's an increased demand on our schools. There's more students, more classrooms, more infrastructure. CFDs ensure that that burden is carried by the development itself rather than shifting those costs onto, let me say this, existing taxpayers. It does not do that. So that matters. Without tools like CFDs, districts are left trying to catch up, overcrowded classrooms, strained resources, and funding gaps that ultimately impact every student. This structure helps avoid that. And I'll speak from personal experience. When I bought my new build home in Trustee Area 3, I knew I would be inheriting a CFD or Mello-Roos. I signed up for it. It wasn't hidden, it was disclosed, it was understood, and it was part of my decision making. Because the reality is, those funds go towards building the schools and infrastructure that make these communities livable in the first place. Now, I understand concerns around landowner elections and future homeowners. Transparency absolutely matters, but this is a standard lawful process across California, and when done responsibly, it works. I do want to address something that I've heard on this dais, the idea how CFDs somehow impact all taxpayers. That's not how it works. These are not general taxes. They are property-based assessments tied specific developments and disclosed to buyers up front. So when you all are up here making decisions like this, it's so critical that we're working from accurate information, not misconceptions. Because when the facts are clear, this becomes a very easy vote. We can't afford decisions based on misunderstanding. Get the facts right. This should be a 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, I call for a motion and a second to waive a second reading and final reading of the ordinance number 2025-26/01, levying special taxes in the Community Facilities District number 2026-1. Upon the waiver of such reading, the ordinance will become effective immediately. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Is there any discussion, or are we going to vote? Okay, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
No, I do have a question.
All right, Ms. Wiersma.
Okay, so we do know that a Mello-Roos is a special tax tied specifically to that parcel of land. I did know that. And that allows neighborhoods to be built. However, here's my question, because traditionally we've seen what Mello-Roos have done across the state. Dr. Velez, may I ask Mrs. Lash a question?
Yes.
Okay, here's my question. So we will be discussing a bond in moving forward. For these particular people within this neighborhood who will have a Mello-Roos, will they have a Mello-Roos, and also, should it go through on the ballot, whatever an additional tax will be throughout the area?
Yes, this will be for that area, and if we do a general obligation bond, it will be to the entire district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, do you
While
have
they
comments?
occupy, it's
Sorry.
while they occupy the house.
Once the
that they
houses
would
are
be
sold, but
assessed.
if the land is vacant, nobody's paying any taxes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky,
No.
student vote,
Yes.
Motion adopted 3-2. Now we're on to the second reading and adoption of the new board policy 5141.5, mental health. And on this one, just want to give a shout out for Dr. Anderson for working with me behind the scenes, but she's the one that initiated this to make sure it cohered with sensitive topics. But we do have 2 comments, so we'll get to those before we have conversation on this.
First up is Daniel Molina, followed by Sarah Bell.
Good evening again, everybody. Very quick and simple. You know, mental health is something that's very near and dear to my heart. It's something that military people, veterans deal with regularly, and it should be taken seriously. I'm reading this and I see that the superintendent shall consult, so on and so forth, or community organizations to strengthen local mental health services. I just wanted to offer this to you, Dr. Velez. I have a significant community of veterans in Temecula who are very well versed on mental health, suicide awareness, and I can easily put together something where we could meet and we can help add to your arsenal to help improve this for the students within the district. I just wanted to make a comment to add that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Thank you.
Sarah Bell.
Mr. Molina, I wouldn't mind meeting with you and Dr. Velez to do just that. Thank you.
Just wait. Good evening, board members. I appreciate the creation of a board policy that focuses on student mental health. This is an area that truly matters for our student safety and success. It should also matter to all of us. We all have mental health. Mental health does not mean mental illness. Some people's days are better than others. Some students may never need support. Some may struggle deeply. But just like we all have a pulse, we all have mental health. It's something we need to support in our students and not back away from. After reviewing both drafts of this policy, I'm concerned and asking for clarification about the shift from the first draft to the second. The original draft included clear student-centered supports, a defined referral process, staff training, and visible resources for both students and our families to be in the loop with their students' mental health. But in the second reading, much of that detail has been removed and replaced with broader language that really is just complying with Ed Code, which we're already required to do. So while compliance is important, it's not the same as a policy that has clarity and accountability. Without these specific expectations written in the policy, you don't have the transparency of how students are identified, supported, or connected to these services. And that matters. The students that need this the most will not or cannot advocate for themselves, and they may already feel disconnected from their school. They need and deserve a robust mental health policy. If this is being addressed in a different board policy, instead, I would love that clarification. But if not, I just respectfully ask the board to consider restoring some of the specificity. % raise was a COLA. It was funded by the state.
Thank you. Okay, if there's any discussion, we can take it now. Dr. Anderson, if you want to speak on this, we can start with you. If not, it's fine.
No, I just, the first copy was just taken off of the CSBA website, and I feel like it restricted, tied the hands. So I think less is more, and we made it more simple. That's it. It's been attorney reviewed. Actually, it
you.
was, yeah.
Mrs. Wiersma? No comments?
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Schwartz?
Yeah, did you say the first draft was taken from CSBA?
Yes,
And now we're throwing that out?
yes.
Okay. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to answer that. No, not throwing it out. We had an attorney, DeMarco, review that to make sure it was consistent with sensitive topics, which we can't really discuss in this dais now. So that was a good move, and Dr. Anderson, I applaud you for it. Give a shout out to all the well, hold on, let me go back. The better our mental health policies are, the better our students will be. Just a personal story, because I accommodate all kinds of students where I teach. I'll never forget one time I was asking a student, hey, you're coming to my class late a lot, just want to know like what's going on. And he looks at me and he says, Professor Komrosky, I got to be honest with you, I got OCD and I spend a half an hour each day tying my shoes before I come to your class. And I looked right at him and said, don't ever worry about coming late again, I'm going to work with you. And so there are many mental health issues going around that people wouldn't even conceive of. And this is just a shout out to the counselors at TVUSD that help our students with it, and anybody else that's involved, support staff and all that. So, but yeah, that's all I have to say about this. But yeah, mental health awareness is a huge thing, and I support this policy. If there's no other comments, all right, Mr. Barham.
I'm going to make an amendment if I can. I would like to see this read and compare it to the first read. I want to see them side by side and then have a third read. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll take this to a vote right now, but just to let you know, Mr. Barham, you did have that first copy at the last board meeting, and you could have compared that to this before this motion second. But we'll entertain this. Lene, if you wouldn't mind calling roll. This is to not adopt this, but to have an additional side-by-side reading for the next board meeting.
I want to take that person's comments into consideration. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Sure. Wiersma?
No.
Anderson?
No.
Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
No.
Student vote?
Refrain.
Motion not adopted, 3-2. So now I'll call for a motion and a second to adopt this second reading and adoption of the new board policy 5141.5 mental health. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson. I second it. I don't get that many times a second here. A second. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham?
No.
Schwartz?
No.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student vote?
Refrain.
Motion adopted, 3-2. And now we move on to the resolution of censure regarding the conduct of trustee Emil Barham. At this time, I want to ask the board if you want like a 5-minute recess before we come to this item. All right, we don't need a recess. Here we go. So how many comments do we have on this? We have 10 comments. So we could do 3 minutes apiece or 2 minutes. What's the board think?
Let's do three.
2,
Three.
2. We'll do 2 minutes. We have consensus.
They're afraid.
So we have 2 minutes for 10 comments. We'll take them up before we have discussion.
Okay, first up is David Sola, followed by Daniel Molina.
I had someone just text me right now saying that after I finished this comment, I would have spoke more about doing things that are positive for district than all of y'all put together. With that said, all of these items that you've had the opportunity to speak on, and I have not heard much contribution to these discussions. So I just want the public and I want everyone that's watching to understand and watch very closely at what happens next. Because as you all have passed the buck or decided not to talk about things that affect this district or affect the outcomes of our students, you're about to spend what is likely to be the next 45 minutes arguing with each other about this censure. And that is sad. And it's really sad that I can actually come up here and predict that. For someone who talks about all the behind-the-scenes things that you all are doing, you sure do give a lot of air to drama. If you don't move on from this feud that you all have, you can't focus on any of the real issues that this district faces. And one day, you'll all be gone from those seats, but this community will never forget how you punted our children's education out of petty spite. No one will ever let you, your children, or your grandchildren forget that torch that you're taking to our district and the future of this community and city. End this now. If you're not going to, then we need to discuss some intervention or something, because you all have some problems that nobody can fix.
Daniel Molina, followed by Josh Shirley.
Good evening again. I know that things get contentious up here. Oh, before they start yelling, if you want to start my time, because I know it's coming, they're going to scream at you about it because it's me. I know that it gets contentious up here. It gets very ugly. You guys are in a difficult position, but you are in a leadership position. And I think it's important to note that I think every single person up here has like attacked the other in some way of a censor or a vote of no confidence. I think email brought that forward. All of those got voted down. All of that got looked at like it was ridiculous, which it is. I think that, and I understand, and Dr. Anderson, I understand what you have gone through. I understand how stressful that could be. I understand how frustrating that could be. I know that Jen Wiersma and Dr. Komorowski, same thing. I'm sure that there's a lot of frustration within you guys where you're ready to vote this in. I just think that the repercussions of voting this in, the backlash, the back and forth, and I use this analogy with a lot of people where if someone steps on my shoes and then I push them and then they punch me and we're in a fight, who started it? Well, it doesn't matter who started it. The question is, who's fanning the flames now? So I would hope, and again, I don't think it's a secret to the board either, that me and Emil are not friends. But he's a board member, and I respect the seat he holds. And I think that you need to reconsider this and how it looks to the district. We're tired of the bickering. We really are. This isn't it's not a political thing. The back and forth, it's really ugly. We've been saying we're going to work together. We're going to try to work together. We've done all these committees where we try to do it, and I just think eventually the community has to see some movement in that direction. So I would request that you do not vote this in, regardless of what your personal feelings are telling you. Thank you very much.
Josh Shirley, followed by Sarah Bell.
I don't know, I wasn't there or witness to any of the things, Dr. Anderson, that you put in the censure. I don't agree with this as a mechanism to attack each other. I don't agree when Steve had put it on the agenda to go out after Jen. Didn't agree with it then, I don't agree with it now. Greg Langworthy came up with a really thoughtful policy to help you guys try and look at conflicts like that. Be the example of maturity. Be the example of how to disagree civilly. These personal attacks, like social media, you know how I feel about that. For your mental health, stay off of it. But we are weaponizing this process for political theater. This doesn't fix any of our district problems. This doesn't help our budgeting. This doesn't help with the parking spaces. This doesn't help with the teacher pay. This does nothing to help Temecula Valley schools. I am not, and Dr. Anderson, please, I don't question any of the things you put in it. Don't question them at all. But this public forum, the dirty laundry out here, is not how we should handle this. This should be done privately, maybe with a mediator, Maybe Greg Langworthy, he's a phenomenal guy. I like him even though I disagree with him politically. I like him as a person very much. So please be the example of mature behavior. Show my children, my daughter who's in the audience today, watching you guys in person for the first time. Frankly, again, Melissa, you continue to be the exemplar of behavior. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Sarah Bell, followed by Christine Massa.
Okay, when all of us are coming up here and it's like an echo chamber. Good evening, again, board members. Dr. Anderson. In this case, it's your bringing the censure. I want to address this ongoing effort to publicly censure a board member. From a community perspective, as a parent and employee in the district, this does not model for our students the effective leadership and is instead distracting from your core responsibility to serve the students. Now, here we are at a board meeting, again, our once-a-month opportunity to engage with you, to engage with district leadership, and as the first speaker said, significant time is going to be spent on an internal conflict. And like Josh said, we're not dismissing what happened or how you were treated, but it shifts, bringing it here tonight, shifts it away from the student needs, from academic priorities and the concerns of our staff that filled this room tonight again. So at a certain point, continuing to revisit internal conflict, it obviously doesn't strengthen governance. That's really, I shouldn't even have to say that, but it's a distraction. I really want to ask again, as another person, focus your time and attention on the work that directly impacts our students. This community, some of us that don't even agree with each other here tonight on many topics, are together on the same thing. We're begging you to deal with your personal disagreements in private. That's even what we have our students do. So I ask that all of you put the focus on items that directly support our students' success. Do not pass this tonight. Make a better choice as to how to handle the conflict on the board. And to Mr. Barham, I want to personally thank you for the work that you do for our district that I've seen that has a positive impact on students. Your background in education is evident meeting after meeting, and I appreciate your consistent focus on student outcomes.
Christine Massa, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Okay. Jen, you're not a teacher, you're a party planner. But on to the censure. I find this censure inappropriate, given that these alleged activities occurred between two individuals about 8 months ago, apparently, and had nothing to do with breaking any board or district policies. So why are they being raised now? This is clearly personal and does nothing to impact students, staff, and schools, as many before me have said. However, let's call back to the September board meeting, end of September, when more than 80 district community members signed on to request a censure of Dr. Komrosky for acts he committed against district policy during a board meeting in public and on video. We all saw it. That action item in September was postponed definitely, and I do recall conversation at the time saying that it would be no longer than 6 months before it was brought back. Well, it's been 7 months. So when do we get to see it? Is it not on there because Dr. Komrosky controls the agenda?
Please stay on track with the censorship of Emil
Okay.
Barham. Thank you.
It's not censorship, it's censure. Those are two different
Thank you. Please
two
stay
different
on
things.
track or your time will be.
Well, yeah,
Yep,
we're
thank you.
we're talking about censures. That's completely on track. Yeah, I'd like my time back.
You will not get it. That was a point of clarity. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I only have like 2 more things to say, but I'm just gonna stand here then while the clock ticks down and make you wonder what I'm thinking, and maybe you'll examine your conscience like good Christians do. But I want that censure back on the agenda. It's been time. It's time.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
All right.
Before I get started, I will say that I don't know what happened between the two of you. I will acknowledge that, Dr. Anderson, you have the right to your hurt feelings, and I would never negate a person's feelings. But I will say all of that after that being said, what in the Regina George burn book is this nonsense? Reading this fever dream of grievances took so many turns I ran out of red string trying to make sense of where this was going and how it applies to school board business. And it was petty. To be honest, if this moves forward, it will set a precedence for all five of you, to attempt to censure one another consistently, because the one thing I can depend on this board is petty behavior that HBO could use to write a Veep sequel. It will be like a station wagon full of kids on a road trip going, "Mom, she's looking at me, censor her." Let's grow up, be adults, and be an example for the kids. Treat each other professionally and work it out. Just please.
Absurd. These aren't complaints that merit public discussion. Melinda, you don't like the way Emil talks on the dais, but it's also the only place he's allowed to talk to you, apparently. Which, by the way, really prevents you from effectively doing your job. I'm sure Ms. Barclay didn't appreciate the way that Joe talked to her from the dais, but she didn't publicly admonish him. Furthermore, women who carry water for the patriarchy are the first to drown.
Allison, followed by Upnate.
So pretty much as others have said, this is a waste of time, and we could be using this time to actually focus on our students. So just to be clear, we are here once again circling back to a censure regarding Trustee Barham over a conversation with the high school student who was highly involved in civics on campus and had a full parental permission, actual parents' rights. Like right there, he was given permission. Meanwhile, a censure against Jennifer, which was proved by an outside investigation to not be credible and still harm staff and true survivors, was considered not necessary. A public censure against Joe for going after marginalized students, again causing harm, was also considered not necessary. Yet this continues to come back as a priority. I'm just trying to understand the standard here, because right now it's not consistent. Are we upholding parental rights or applying rules selectively? When parents explicitly give permission and it's still not enough, that raises concern. At this point, just say it with your chest. It's not about the standard, it's about the person, and continuing to revisit this while more serious issues are set aside is exactly why trust in the majority of this board continues to decline. This should have all been done privately. It doesn't need to be you guys censuring him. What is it gonna do? You guys have to talk collectively. This is ridiculous. And remember, the parents gave that almost adult student parental rights. And that is what you two advocate on. And you've been advocating on the whole time. Remember that.
Last speaker, Upnate.
I'm going to echo what everybody said, and I'm going to give you examples. Look at you and Mrs. Wiersma. I'm going to read out a text. This text is dated on July 22nd. We've got tons of documented information for you as well. XYZ said they would help a lot of the misuse of public funds and filing of the false complaint. I think that it should be reviewed again. And there are also how to handle all the complaints against her from employees. This is you talking about Mrs. Wiersma, and you've finally become friends, I am assuming. And you've told me over here, I'll help you with the grand jury submission, and now you're here, friends. I'm going to leave these at the back if somebody wants to read to save Mr. Marble the trouble. Then I see Mrs. Craig advocating for you on her Instagram account here. You're asking me, you wanted to kick her off a committee and she filed a cure incorrect, and you're asking me for transcripts of the meeting so you can submit it to a lawyer. And just for the community member, we're wasting money on lawyers again to settle your petty disputes over here. Then this is a long string of text. This is when the September 17 meeting with the AFF contract where I am expressing my disagreement. And there are a few individuals we're talking about where I'm saying I would not associate with. Jason Craig, Bob Cowell, Bob Tyler, Tim Thompson. I don't see you jumping in to defend them, but I'm guessing you're working with them. So even if you do consider them dishonorable, you're like absolutely fine working with them. You've overcome your differences over all of these. Why can't you come up over a simple difference and get on back to the school's board business? And if somebody is at your property and you don't want them there, call the cops. It is called trespassing once you've asked them to leave. I know a lot because of canvassing. If you've asked them to leave and they don't leave, it's trespassing at that point. You can call the cops.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, would you like to present?
Yeah, there's one amendment.
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Schwartz, not right now. She's the presenter. She is first. She brought this item first. She is going to speak first. Then Mr. Schwartz can speak. She's the presenter. That is a point of order. 2 minutes to present.
Okay. There is an amendment that I was going to make. Mr. Barham's been sending messages to the board, and it's over the directives. So I'll make the motion to amend the directives when we're ready. Do you want me to make that motion now? Just to reword them so they're more specific?
You can. You're the presenter.
So I would change the directives, and the new directive would be that Trustee Barham shall refrain from conduct that disrupts board proceedings, interferes with the ability of fellow trustees to participate, or involves uninvited personal confrontation, intimidation, harassment, or intrusion into the private property of trustees, staff, or members of the public, and shall address disagreements through recognized board processes and public deliberation. So that is just more specific. I think that was.
Is that your
That's my
motion
amendment.
to edit for the corrective and protective, not punitive? Is that
Yes,
that
for
section?
yeah. But is this part of my time to make the motion to edit?
Yes, because you're
Okay,
presenting.
then let me keep talking, because
Okay.
I just want to point out that this board there's been a lot of things that people have said to each other. We've all said terrible things back and forth, and we've all called names. I just want Mr. Barham to leave me alone, and this has to do with my personal space. I removed this in good faith, and he continues to approach me. When people aren't around, people say, handle it privately, but he harasses me privately. So these are the 3 things that I put on here. I removed it, but then he continued to approach me when no one is around and bother me, and I just want him to leave me alone. So that's the difference between this and all of the other censures are action, not words. So I did file a sheriff complaint, and the sheriff said to call them back if he trespasses again.
Okay, now if you want to, you can do the first round of 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish my first round of 2 minutes. District refusal to leave district property. I believe that was an attempt to intimidate me and force himself to be at one of my meetings. And then I asked the person that posted the threat against my family to remove it. It was embarrassing, but it had, I think, almost 200,000 views. And so people do know that Mr. Barham threatened to go after my family. And like I said, at the last meeting, he again approached me, and I just want him to leave me alone. So I'm doing this censure because I've tried to work through the district. I've met with Brian Pastor. I've called the sheriff. I've talked to Kimberly. And the goal of this is to just set a standard. I don't want to be intimidated in my role. I want to be able to perform my role as a board member without being bothered by other board members.
I will second that motion. Do you have anything else? You got a minute left. Okay, and I'll just remind the audience, if you can keep the talking down. Thank you. Okay, so you yield back your time. That's your presentation. That's your first round of 2 minutes. Any other board? So we do have a motion and a second on the board. Any other board member? Yes. Mr. Schwartz.
I move to postpone definitely this censure until concrete evidence has been produced to validate the accusations that have been made in it. I know personally that some of them are not true, having been present at those situations, and I think this needs to be put aside until we can get the two parties to sit down together and solve this like adults.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. As a point of order, you cannot entertain another motion when a motion and a second is on the floor. Only Dr. Anderson can edit that motion. Dr. Anderson, do you want to edit the motion to match what Mr. Schwartz just said? No, so we have to entertain the first motion and second first. Do you yield back your time, Mr. Schwartz, or do you want to keep on?
No, I don't know what the motion is.
The
that you're
motion is
talking
to
about.
adopt this censorship, but also
Yes.
instead of
No, I want to continue. Thank you. I want to
Great,
continue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just specify, thank you for correcting me on the speech, thank you. We have edited it to
Could
where
you hold my
the
time
motion remains,
Edit on?
but the motion remains, but the corrective and protective action is edited to the sheet that we all got, trustee Barham, Shelby Frame, that is the motion in the second. All right, any other board member?
I want to continue.
No.
The rationale of this,
We'll give them a minute and, I don't know, 20. Go
the
ahead.
rationale of this censure is placed on the agenda deals with protected core speech on the dais. The allegations have nothing to do with core protected speech during an official board meeting when trustees conduct the business of the board and the district. Two of the alleged items, numbers 1 and 3, are civil in nature and have nothing to do with official board business because one incident allegedly took place at Ms. Dr. Anderson's residence and the other during a recess of the board. The second alleged incident did not occur during an official meeting. I am concerned that if this hearing is allowed to take place, that a precedent might be set where trustees start putting anything that a precedent might be set or just want to start making things up for censure-related purposes because they don't like what a fellow trustee says. Dr. Anderson obviously has issues with Mr. Barham going back several months. The boardroom is not the place to resolve them. Mr. Barham has followed the civility policy, reached out to Dr. Velez, and set up a meeting in order to begin a conversation with Mrs. Anderson. Dr. Anderson has never responded to my knowledge. This censure is retaliatory.
Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Barham. First round. We don't know yet. First round.
All right, so I am going to call a witness. And the witness is Brian Pastor. Would you please come
You don't
to the
get to
podium?
call a district employee up. You must ask permission from the superintendent.
Do I have permission, Dr. Velez? I want my time stopped.
In consultation with Dr. Komorowski, yes, we will allow you to ask a question of Mr. Pastor.
So here is the question. It is a yes or no question.
Okay.
I spoke to Deputy Kalina in terms of the results of the complaint that Dr. Anderson turned over to him. That is in the third allegation.
Yes.
Deputy Kalina told me, and this is a quote, there was no threat, no crime, 100%. Is that how he characterized his conclusion to you?
He did say that to me.
Okay, that is it. But
Thank
you
you,
failed
Mr.
to put
Pastor.
it on there,
Yes,
Dr.
that-
Anderson.
Yes,
Yeah, you
it's
failed to.
harassment, not a crime.
Yeah, well, you failed to put it on there. No threat, no crime, 100%. That's for the public. Next. I asked for the footage that day on July the 31st because everything that happened with Dr. Anderson and myself happened outside, right by her ring cam. It's all there. She has a 2-acre property, and there is security footage. I don't have the security footage. So at this point, I deny everything that happened, okay, that she says happened on that property. I know what happened, okay, and I'm asking if you're going to pursue this to provide the security footage so that we can get over the he said, she said. Because you have not spelled out anything specific at all regarding what happened at your property. And the security footage is going to tell what actually happened there. And in terms of what happened with number 2, Dr. Woods was my employee. He is my employee at that time. She invited me to a meeting that I showed up to.
Hold on, Mr. Barham, 1 second. Do you want more speaking time? I'm willing to grant him an additional 2 minutes. Consensus?
Yes.
Yeah, yep.
Sure. The meeting, this is allegation number 2. I was invited to that meeting. I came to every agenda meeting since being elected. I came to the meeting. Dr. Anderson had some issues with it. And I got up and came professionally to conduct district business. She didn't want me there. Dr. Woods asked me to leave. I didn't leave right away. I asked to talk to Dr. Anderson. She refused. She didn't want any dialogue with me. I tried to sit down and work with her. She did not want to do that. And she is the one who escalated by getting Mr. Pastor involved. So at that point, I knew it was going to be dramatic and escalation, and I left. But I want everybody to know that I was invited to that meeting. I did not show up just willy-nilly. I came to conduct district business, and she couldn't be professional enough to sit down with me and put her differences aside with me so that we could discuss business. So that's that part. Now I'm going to go back to the property. I was at her property for an hour and a half, okay? There was no coercive statements. There was no problem with she and I, okay? We talked. I went there because Dr. Anderson was MIA. That was on July the 31st, right after all of the drama with Mrs. Wiersma. She checked out, and the whole district was falling apart because we didn't have a PIO because he got promoted. So that is why I went over there, because our board president just abdicated her responsibilities. I went over there to check on her, like, I need to bring you back in here, okay, so that we could conduct the business of the board. And that is what happened there, and nothing more.
All right. We are still on first round of comments for Mrs. Wiersma and myself. So, Mrs. Wiersma.
Yes.
I'm interested in hearing the continued conversation, but here's where I stand. I wasn't on the property, and I haven't seen the footage, so I don't have a definitive there. I was not at the district office when Mr. Barham was asked to leave. I did hear what was said on this dais about a family member, as did a couple 100,000 people. So from where I stand, I believe there should be accountability for what's said on this dais, whether it's a recess, whether it's right at the end. When you're here as a public official, it all matters. And honestly, maturity is also recognizing that we're accountable to the students and what we say. Nobody should be going after a husband, a student, telling them they should be put, I don't know if it was the garage or the ground or what it was, but as I watched the footage and fielded questions, I was disturbed because this is where it's gone. So that is the aspect tonight that I'm willing to vote on because it's not acceptable. I am interested in continuing to hear the conversation play out, but that's where I stand at this moment.
I've heard things. Well, I'm going to wait till the audience stops talking. I've heard things like weaponize, waste of time, but the real fact of the matter is we're given this tool on our Code of Ethics, bylaw 9271, at the disapproval of the conduct of a board member. We have this right to do it. What some of the audience members don't realize is that we sign our own governing handbook where we agree to the norms of how we operate on this dais as professionals. And Mr. Barham signed this on 26th of August, 2025, our handbook, Positive Governance Team Culture. Now keep in mind, when he says he's coming after Dr. Anderson and her husband, just think about this. Meeting guidelines. Please keep it down out there, thank you. Not take disagreements personally. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Be collaborative. Operate in a governing culture of trust and respect. We support each other, not pettiness or politics. We will let we will let other team members know of the impact of their communication on us personally. So when we have that, I will say, I'm going to take my time back 10 more seconds because I'm constantly getting interrupted. I'm very close to giving the audience one warning. What I would say, Mr. Barham, these are the natural consequences of your actions showing a pattern of escalated behavior. And yes, some of it is threatening. And yes, a board member does feel very uncomfortable. How about multiple board members? How about multiple staff members? You are making people feel uncomfortable. I don't think you respect boundaries at all. And these are the natural consequences of your actions. And as a board, we have this tool to hold you accountable to your behavior. You can continue to act this way, but it's making people around you feel very uncomfortable. And this is the accountability time. You are not acting like a professional on this dais with multiple behaviors, but the most damning of all, this is the first warning to the audience. If I give a second warning, the entire audience will leave for objectively disturbing the board. And I'm going to ask for 20 seconds of my time back because I was interrupted multiple times.
Time was over.
I have 20 seconds back. Point of order, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you. That is your first warning to the entire audience. That's all I have to say.
All right. Okay. No. Dr. Komrosky. Dr. Komrosky. I
lost my train of thought, and it's all right.
Dr. Komrosky.
Mr. Barham, I do not recognize you to have the floor. Mrs. Wiersma. Sorry. All of us have spoke one round. You've already spoken twice. It's an additional round for everybody else to speak twice. Does anybody else want to speak twice? And then I'll circle back to Mr. Barnum. Ms. Wiersma. Order, please. Thank you. Ms. Wiersma.
I'm going to recommend editing the motion here because what I feel needs to be censured is the behavior on this dais and what was said specifically about a family member and Dr. Anderson in a disparaging way. That is what we have seen. That is what is on video. That's the only thing that I have definitively watched and had a problem with and feel it is 100% unacceptable. So for me, it goes down to that level, period.
So only Dr. Anderson can edit the motion. If you are willing to entertain the edit to that motion, Dr. Anderson, that's up to you. Otherwise, we have to vote in this first motion that was seconded and then circle back to a second possible.
No, we can do this. So I have the language to edit the directive. And then I can strike, this is not supposed to be punitive, it's corrective. I want to be able to do my job and not be harassed. A good example is what was pointed out at the meeting where Mr. Barham said that he was going to go after my husband. I got really upset, and then he subsequently called me a liar, and he said that I have it videoed. He said she's just nuts because he does it secretly, and then nobody knows. So it's hard. I was lucky that someone recorded it. So we'll strike 1 and 3, and we'll strike 1 and 2 and just leave 3. and then add my language. I have nothing else to
I
add.
still want to defend myself on this.
Excuse me, Mr.
No,
Barham,
so
you
that
do
was
not
my
have the
second
floor yet.
time. I spoke twice, second time, so I
And,
agree with.
and to be clear, hold on, and we'll circle back to you, Mr. Barham. To be clear, you're striking, you're wanting to strike items what?
I'm approving her edit.
So
where
striking 1 and 2 and
1
keeping
and
3
2,
with the correct.
because number 3 is the one that was made public and that they have recorded. So just, if she's more comfortable removing the stuff she's not familiar with, we'll just leave 3 and leave the directive, the new directive, and then I have no comment.
Yes, so to be clear, we have a motion. Do we have a second? The motion is to keep 3 with the corrective language that we already had a motion, a second on. Mrs. Wiersma, would you like to second on that?
I will second that change.
We have a motion and a second, and now I would ask the board, if Mr. Barham wants to speak again, it's his third round, or we take it to vote.
I need to defend myself.
You've already defended yourself?
No, not on this.
Yeah.
There's other evidence introduced here that I need to speak to.
Mr. Barham, I'm not recognizing you yet. 1 second. So,
Yeah, you didn't give me a second round.
yeah. You did have a second round,
No.
sir. Yeah, we literally did.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to additional 2 minutes and then wrap this up? The board, we have consensus to give you 1 minute. 1 minute.
Call the witness back up. Actually, 2 witnesses. Brian, I want you back up. Dr. Velez. I have one question.
Mr. Barham, can you ask me the question?
Sure. What evidence did Deputy Kalina review when he was dealing with this alleged threat? What evidence did he review to make his determination?
Mr. Pastor, can you answer that in 1 sentence, please?
The answer is I don't know. Once this was come to me with potentially a legal issue, it went straight to them. I have no idea.
All right.
Thank you.
I know. And what he reviewed was the only piece of evidence that he could review, the recording. And Mrs. Wiersma said she heard it, which is a lie. She heard nothing because nothing was said, okay? And the recording, there is nothing there. Now, I want to talk about Linfield real quick. 3 weeks ago, yes, you came up to my car, you went like this with the window. You're not afraid of being harassed by me. The window went down this much, and she said, I just want
Your
to
time's
commend
expired, Mr.
you
Barham.
and Mr. Schwartz for what you're doing.
Point of order. Lene, would you take this to vote? We already have a motion and a second.
Go ahead and substantiate it.
Can
I
I-
told you about it.
Mr. Schwartz, I don't believe you had a second round of comments.
did
You
not.
can't-
He did
Mr.
not.
Barham, your time is exhausted.
not.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, just real quickly, I happened to be on the phone with Mr. Barham at the time that Dr. Anderson approached his car, tapped on the window, rolled down the window, and said to him, I overheard it, congratulations to you and Mr. Schwartz for working on the dual immersion program, which we're going to roll out next year. It didn't seem like she was afraid or scared of him or terrified of him or afraid of being harassed. I don't know. I appreciate the comment. I really do. But I'm going to go back to what I said before. Can't we just sit down quietly and hash this out like adults? Get it, sit down with Dr. Velez, go through the civility policy, talk to each other, clarify what you want or don't want, and move on so we can get on with the business of the district. I would just want to thank that young man for his comment from Great Oak. I wish more students were here to speak. Thank you.
I'd like 30 seconds of delineation. What I am voting on is what I heard on the video. And Mr. Schwartz, it's rich, having said what you said to my colleague, to say what you just said. I think we all need to change the behavior on the dais and the spoken words.
You want to stand up and tell us who you are speaking while the board's trying to conduct business? You want to be brave and let us know who you are for interrupting the board?
I'd love a minute to speak because you do a really good job policing decorum in this audience.
Mrs. Maxey, please sit down.
On the board.
Please sit down. Mrs. Maxey, that's your first warning for objectively disturbing the board. We're almost done. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Barham.
What are we voting on?
The motion was to strip out 1 and 2, to leave 3 with the correctives. You heard the correctives. They're in the paper in front of you, and we already have a vote. It's your turn to vote.
Okay. And what are their two votes?
Yes
They
and
both said
yes.
No. No.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Student vote.
I'll refrain from this one.
Motion adopted 3-2. We're now on to the consent calendar. I believe that we're pulling, well, actually, number 30. We tabled item 30 for the next meeting. We tabled it for the next meeting. What, do we know what items? You want to take a 5-minute recess since the audience is, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We got too much disturbance from the audience. Thank you.
Derek, are we good? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I've already expressed, or I'll do it again, that I wanted to pull item number 5. Does any other board member want to pull any other item?
I want to pull warrant list.
That's the one I just talked about.
Is that 5?
Yeah, that's 5. If there's no other items, then I'll ask the board, do we have a motion and a second to vote in items 1 through 4 and 6 through 34? 30's already, disregarding 30, that's been pushed or tabled to the next meeting. So it's basically items 1 through 4, items 6 through 29, and then 31 through 34. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Dr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz or Mr. Barham. Mr. Barham, Lene, would you mind calling roll? Oh, on
5 and then 1 on 19.
right, we're going to get to that one though. Okay, so let's redo this.
David,
Okay, we'll take the public comments. We have a motion and a second. We'll take those first. We have 5 on 5.
David Sola. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
that's right. We're not doing 5 yet. We're doing the one on 19? Got it. 19. Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Dr. Komrosky, last year you asked to incorporate the use of a free tool that you had experience with for research. Since that was voted in, I was just curious if we have any idea of what the results of that tool are. And the reason I asked this is because on item 19, it's this EBSCO contract renewal. And I'm a big fan of EBSCO. I used it in undergrad, and I think it's a great tool. You echoed the same sentiment towards this other tool that you had experience with. And I just feel like this EBSCO contract, I think it's worth like $20-something thousand to renew this. And if we did incorporate that tool when you all voted it in, I was curious, have we gotten any results of that? Because if the tool is free and it does what EBSCO does, then we have an opportunity to actually save $20-something thousand right now, not after the fact. So I know that there's not a lot of time to do this, but I'm just curious about that, and if we did not put anything in place to understand the use of this, we should probably do that, because if it's a good idea and it saves us money, I really do believe that we should be trying to do that. So again, this was your idea, Dr. Komrosky. I'm just curious to know, do you have any evidence to support that it was a good idea? That's all I have. Thank you.
We're moving on to the rest of the comments. Okay, David Sola.
We got 5 on number 5 now.
This is a different,
You
I'm
spoke
speaking
on
once on
19.
5. That was on 19. Am I good on 5 now? Okay, so I reviewed the warrant list, and I just want to talk about what it shows. On one side, you have classrooms, teachers, and reimbursements in the amounts of $20, $50, $100 at a time. Basic supplies, small purchases, spread across dozens of entries. And on the other side, you have legal spending. Large checks going out in single line items, $10,000, $20,000, $80,000. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know what all that is for. But what I do want to ask you all is for a little bit more transparency. If you are cutting these checks or you're obligating these funds for legal services, the questions that I have are, what are these costs and why are they so high right now? What decisions are driving them? And what safeguards are in place to make sure public funds aren't just cycling through the same outside firms while students and teachers are left working with the bare minimum? Because if we're serious about putting students first, the numbers should reflect that. Right now, they're backwards. Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by David Hatch.
So I would also like to talk about legal services on the warrant list. And yes, I recognize it's a purchase order. I recognize that I made a comment last month's meeting about the combined $45,000 in purchase orders for board legal services that were requested because the amount budgeted at the beginning of the year wasn't going to last through the rest of the year. And I'm going to come back to what those things have in common. So since last month, when you had an approved $45,000 in purchase orders, you now have to do more than you have to double that, $80,000. And so this means since the beginning of the year, you're projecting to spend $125,000 on board legal fees. Who's spending all this money? Well, let's think. Who gets to talk to the lawyers and who decides who can talk to lawyers? Well, that would be Dr. Komrosky. So now that he is board president, we have a massive increase in legal costs that we didn't have before he was president. Does anyone else see a pattern? Or is it just me? And here's a callback. That $80,000 that's being requested is for AALR, who you all spoke about at the beginning of this meeting at Trustee Wiersma's request. And you all said, it's kind of shady what AALR is doing, and you need more information. So if we think we need more information, AALR. And since this is about money and where we're spending money, give me a little latitude to congratulate TBHS Stunt for their first place standing in CIF Southern Section, Chaparral is number 13, for anyone who cares. They do that all with zero funding for their assistant coaches and JV coaches. Thank you.
David Hatch? No. Christy McClure, followed by Upney.
I felt compelled to comment on the warrant list after the clarification earlier about the purchase order. I've looked at the warrant list a lot in the last few years, and I've asked the brilliant Mrs. Lash lots of questions. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but the funds for legal are released via purchase orders. And then at the beginning of the year, so if you go back to the July warrant list for the first meeting of the fiscal year, it's a lot. So then as spend continues throughout the year, additional funds are released via purchase order, especially if the original planned amounts are insufficient. Unlike other items on the warrant list, however, you don't see detailed bills and reimbursements for legal, especially if it's ongoing legal issues. There's other reimbursements where you see exactly itemized what it was, who it's for. You just don't get that for legal. You get purchase orders, and that's it. But as the funds are spent down, you have to release more. And the fiscal year ends June 30th. We have 2 months left. You have 3 meetings, if I'm remembering correctly. Mrs. Lash can't pay legal bills if the purchase orders haven't already been approved and released here at the meetings. So this $80,000 is because it's believed that this is likely to need to be spent. I feel like Mrs. Lash is probably right. Her budgeting is amazing. The actuals versus the estimates are so close. I mean, she's demonstrated over and over again that she knows what she's doing. I don't think she's just flubbing it on estimating what the legal fees are going to be. And it keeps going up and up and up. The legal bills are piling up if we're continuing to release this much in anticipation of having to pay legal bills. So let's see what May and June look like, because we are right at the end of the fiscal year. It's just crazy that we're still talking about this. This is, I think, year 3 of talking about this.
Last speaker, Upneet.
Good evening. I'm talking on item 5 and 6 together. And I'd like to bring, were you done talking?
Your time is running.
It's okay. Are you done talking? I'm talking about a very important issue, which is the finances of the district. And the audience the respect that you demand from the audience, you should give the same respect to the speakers when they're speaking.
Absolutely.
And, yeah. The warrant list currently has an $80,000 legal anticipated spending. Right next to it is the donation list from the PTA, from our local businesses who have donated like a pallet of tube lights. Europa Winery has donated to our CTE program $5,000. People have, like PTAs have multiple donations of $5,000, and the total comes to about $87,000. Each dollar directly benefiting a student in the donations list. I would like to know, as would everybody else, how is this legal spending helping improve our students' achievement? How is it making our students safer? There's a student still in the hospital who was hit right outside the school, who has not woken up. We have had multiple, I went in September to the city council talking about like how the kid I saw a kid get hit outside Chaparral High School. There's another kid who was hit right outside Great Oak. I think everybody, if I ask them, have you seen a kid get hit outside school, they'll be able to raise their hands when they've been dropping off or picking up. And we are spending our time on censure motions and legal bills rather than having like safety signs or something. Can you please explain how this benefits the students? One person spending $80,000, which is probably a little bit more than
Okay, so I'm going to have Dr. Velez speak to item 19 in correspondence with Zotero, which, yes, I did agendize, it got voted in. It is a research tool, it's different, but I'm going to have Dr. Velez speak to that before we go to vote.
So just for clarification, Zotero is a tool that Dr. Komrosky had kind of introduced to us as a district quite a while ago. It's a tool that is used to collect, organize, and cite sources that have already been found, but EBSCO provides the databases where you search for those scholarly articles. So in short, EBSCO helps you find the research, and Zotero helps you manage and cite it. So there is a difference between the two. So just to clarify.
Thank you. And on that note, if you haven't used Zotero, it is really awesome, saves a lot of time. Footnotes, citations, any format you want. Okay, so I think at this point we did pull the warrant report. So at this time, I'd like to vote, or we already have a motion and a second for items 1 through 4, 6 through 29, and 31 through 34. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Can I ask a point of clarification, please?
Yes, but let me finish my sentence, and then we'll turn to number 5, the only one that has no motion and second.
Okay, question. Did Mrs. Wiersma pull an item from the consent calendar that we're going to talk about?
No, it got motioned, tabled for the next meeting at the very beginning
Okay.
of the meeting, item
Okay.
30.
All right. And then the warrant report, we get to talk about before we vote.
Yes. We
Correct?
pulled it.
Okay. I just want to make sure before we vote.
Okay, Wiersma?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Barham? Yes. Schwartz?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Student vote?
Yes.
Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. Now, with the warrant report, I pulled that, and I'll go first. I just want to ask Dr. Velez, can you briefly speak to the $8,000? I think there's members of the public that don't want to desperately try to pin that on me as if I've created that, or it's due to spending because of the board president. He's so close to, to me, it's a lot of misinformation.
So I'm not really sure what I can say that hasn't already been said, but this amount in the 80,000 reflects kind of the adjustment to the existing purchase order that will cover any anticipated costs through the remainder of the year and not a single invoice. I will say that there has been a decline in legal invoices from December through about February and March, and we remain focused on kind of decreasing all of those costs as we move forward.
Would it be fair to say that there was a decline in legal fees since you took superintendent and I took board president again?
I would say yes to that.
Thank you. Did everybody hear that? Members at home on the online?
Wait,
The
can I ask,
the
did you
answers-
say, was the
answer
word
is yes.
decline?
Yes, decline. Decline. Order in the audience again, or I'll just call another 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have to say on that. Any other comments?
I do.
Mr. Barham?
No, I mean, to be fair, there has been a small decline since December. However, we are back in 2023 because there are things that are coming that are going to cost us a fortune in legal fees. Now, I don't even know what that 80,000 is. I have no idea. All I do is I review the legal invoices. I review them and I see what they're for. Therefore, you know, the attorney, this is what I see for an invoice that hasn't been paid. All of the unconstitutional policies that were passed at the last meeting, okay, that the attorneys wrote at the direction of Dr. Komrosky, because I have that in an email, that he made those targeted recommendations, and the attorneys, they wrote those policies. In my opinion, all of which are unconstitutional. Now, the zinger.
If this is not related to the warrant report right now and a
I'm going to talk
specific
about,
item on it, no, it's not.
I'm talking about legal fees.
Yeah.
Talking
You
about
were, you were off about unconstitutional policies. You got to be kidding me,
know what?
Mr. Barham. Make
I-
it specific to item on warrant list.
You know what?
Which item are you speaking to?
Excuse me. I'd like to have my time back, please.
I'm calling
You're-
a point of
you're
order. You don't
interrupt-
get time back when you
You're
talk about
interrupting-
ridiculous
Yeah, you don't
things
want
that
me to
don't
t-
have anything to do with
They
the warrant
do.
report.
They do,
Pick
Doctor.
the item that you're speaking
Okay,
to.
let me have some time back, please. I deserve it. You're interrupting
I'll
me.
consider that, and the board will, if you tell us what exactly you're talking about
I
on the
will.
warrant report.
I am talking about the nature of the invoices which are going to be paid in that $80,000 increment.
Do I have consent to give him time?
Yes. I mean, why, the public has a right to
We'll give
hear
them-
what the nature of those invoices are. That's transparency, doctor.
We'll give them,
Come
we'll give them
on.
1 minute, Lene.
You don't want the public to know what the nature of the invoices are?
You had a
Come
point
on.
of order. You have 1 minute.
Okay.
Keep focused on the item
I
on the
am
warrant
focused
list
on the
at
item. You
hand,
just don't want to
instead
talk
of
about.
generalizing.
Okay. So here's the zinger. Wait until legal fees are projected for AALRR with HRD regarding all of the UCP complaints that are coming in. They are going to cost a friggin' fortune. And those complaints are targeted right there at those two, okay? So I'm just being transparent with the public. I want to reduce our legal fees, but we have to be mindful of the things that we do and say on the dais and the protests that we go out and do. Those are costing us money because we're being irresponsible and we're being reckless. So those projections of legal fees will be coming. and they are going to be horrendous. That's it.
Any other board comments? Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, a lot of people ask a lot of questions about legal fees. It's Board Policy 9124, which governs who can talk to attorneys. It's really simple. If you want to talk to an attorney, you write down the request that you want to do, you give it to the superintendent, and then the superintendent and the board president decide whether or not you can speak to an attorney. Now, I have made 4 requests in the past 4 or 5 months to speak to attorneys about issues that affect students and schools, my fiduciary responsibility as a board member, board policies. All of them were denied. I have not been...
Mr. Schwartz, if you don't relate this to the warrant report, I'm going
I
to take
am.
away your
It's the
time.
legal
This is
fees.
off track. You're not specifically citing something. You're pandering on about how you're not able to talk to a lawyer and directing your attack towards me. Please stay focused on the item on the warrant. Please focus and tell me exactly what item you're speaking about on the warrant report.
I'm speaking about the anticipated $80,000, which is in the report. And since I have not called any attorneys and made any legal discussions, and I know Mr. Barham hasn't, then I'm going to assume it's the other members of the board who are the ones who are projecting, because I didn't project $80,000. I didn't say we need to increase the amount of money in our promissory note to attorneys. And guess who's going to be the #1 recipient? As Mrs. Masters just said, AALR. So yes, there are lots of money going to be spent on attorneys coming down the pike. And I had nothing to do with it. I just want everyone to know that.
Thank you, Steve.
Any other board comments? Do we have a motion and a second for the approval of number 5, the warrant report?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Anderson. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky,
Yes.
student vote.
Refrain.
Motion adopted 3-2. Now we're on to negotiations. Oh, excuse me. We have to go back into closed session, but we have that after future agenda. Yeah. I think we should go back into close now and then come back out. And, well, we'll do board comments and all that. Yeah. We have one more item in closed. All right. We'll go back to close. We're at negotiations update. Okay, I'm calling us back. We're at negotiations update. Mr. Arce, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, just to let you know, Dr. Komrosky and the community, that we'll be meeting with CSCA for bargaining on April 22nd, and we'll meet with TVA on April 24th of next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comments? Doesn't matter what order, but we can go in voting order. It doesn't matter. Who wants to go first? Ms. Wiersma is going to take first round.
It's just warming up. Okay. Okay, so tonight I'm going to briefly address the bond discussion. I appreciate the board's caution regarding the timing with the communication contract this evening. As we move forward, I want to be very clear about the standard of work that I hope to see as vice clerk and your liaison to the Board Advisory Council. First of all, I want to express my deep appreciation for the council's work. These community members have put in significant time, and I look forward to our next meeting on May 6th. Their dedication is exactly why I believe we must handle this process with the highest level of care. Now, truth be known, the conventional wisdom among consultants is that if you tell voters the total cost, including perhaps interest, they'll get scared or confused and vote no. Because of that, most boards choose to be vague to win a bond. I believe we win here in Temecula by doing the opposite, by bringing the full math to the table and refusing to bury the word interest or the total cost of debt in a footnote. The integrity of this board depends on this level of transparency. If we prioritize student needs, and we do, at the cost of financial clarity, we're essentially borrowing from the community's goodwill without their informed consent. I believe that we serve our students best when we treat our taxpayers with the respect of full honesty. Now, having said that, I am supportive of the goal of reaching out to our neighbors, but with the right qualifiers and the right messaging. For me, this includes transparency, a clearly developed project list, which I know is being worked on, and a level of discipline from the district that reflects everyone having a shared stake in the outcome. In other words, we're not just asking for money. We're going to invite people into a mutual investment in our community's foundation. If our kids truly need these facilities, and I believe they deserve nothing less than updated, safe classrooms, then we must have the courage to make that case with the facts. That is the very thing that allows me to provide for the students. If the bond is strong enough, it will survive the truth. If it can only pass by hiding math, then we haven't done our job as a board to prove the need. Some see a bond as a political game to be won or lost, but I don't. I see it as a shared covenant between this district and its taxpayers. We aren't here to play the odds with ballot language. We are here to offer a shared commitment, one where we provide the absolute truth and the community provides the resources our students need. That is how we win together.
Sure. Couple of things. Thank you all for staying, by the way. I had some great school visits to 4 of my schools in the last 2 weeks, Tony Tobin, Porter Valley, Red Hawk, and Gardner Middle Schools. Great to see our teachers working with our kids and all the great things that they are doing. I learned about Snorkel. I don't know if many of you parents have seen Snorkel. It's a writing program that the kids use after they actually write by hand. They then put it into their iPad, and it helps them to correct their errors. I saw lots of kids practicing on math bridges with counters and objects and working in teams on a lot of great stuff. So that was really good to see. Yesterday was Yom HaShoah Day. I don't know, for those of you who don't know, it's Holocaust Remembrance Day. As someone who lost family in the Holocaust, it's meaningful to me. And my cousin Fred, who lives in Los Angeles, was actually born in Bergen-Belsen in a concentration camp. And he was in Auschwitz yesterday lighting candles for his grandparents who were killed there. He's a really great guy and a big philanthropist. I talked about the legal issues, and I'll just say it again. I asked 4 times to call the lawyers. I was denied 4 times. This, to me, is a violation of Board Policy 9200, where each of us has no individual authority. However, we have authority as a board. So for one board member to have access to attorneys at his will or her will, and for the rest of us to be denied access to attorneys when we need them is not fair. It's definitely against Ed Code. I've written a new attorney policy, and I've submitted it to Dr. Velez to go on the agenda next month, where we can make it equitable for everyone to be able to get to attorneys. So whatever money is in that attorney fund has nothing to do with Schwartz. Thank you all for staying.
Mr. Barham.
So Dr. Velez and I have talked about a couple of things. We have some ideas. We want to create like a mini academic dashboard. In other words, and I've talked to her about this, and actually this I've talked to Schwartz about it. We're working on this together. So we feel like we need to be more informed as to how our kids are doing outside of LCAP, because that's when we really see it. But LCAP is like this. So we want to create a mini academic dashboard so that we can track more regularly how our kids are doing. So we need to figure out what that's going to look like through, for example, common assessments, iReady diagnostic, and bringing in, and I was thinking about this, Dr. Velez, which I didn't talk to you about, but maybe bringing in AI mechanisms to track how certain kids are doing, or maybe where we're falling down, in certain class or in certain grades at certain schools. I mean, there's all kinds of ways we can do it, but we want to keep it simple so that the community can see how our kids are doing as instead of just twice a year. So that's one thing. So I made a post about therapy dogs, okay? And the reason that I made that post about therapy dogs is because I have a friend who contacted me and said, I have a therapy dog business. Would Temecula be interested in that? And I said, I don't think that we could get that across the finish line because of liability issues, but we actually have a therapy dog who comes onto one of the campuses. When I went to the site visit, it was like the principal brings her therapy dog to help kids deal with anxiety or depression or calm temperament. I mean, and so I'm going to go back and reach out to her and see if maybe we can, I don't know if it's possible, but we can at least explore it. Okay, I want to talk about the bond real quick because I'm very concerned that, and this is we need 4 votes to put this on a ballot. I am very concerned with how they vote on just the CFDs, that this is going to be a no for them. And I just want to say this. We did put out a survey. Over 60% say that there is an appetite, that our community has an appetite for a bond. We have to let them vote. We have to allow the people to speak. And I have a feeling politics are going to get in the way here. Okay, maybe even on that advisory committee, okay, because we've We've got some people on there that I'm not sure about, okay? So we need to let the people speak, and that's all I'm going to say. We need 4 votes.
Okay, I'll start with empty bowls. I went to that event this last week. It was really awesome. Shout out to all the students who made those bowls. I got one for my wife, my son, myself. We love them. That was really good. In relationship to the bond, Mrs. Wiersma could not make the meeting 2 weeks ago because her daughter was getting married. She's doing event planning, so I went and with Dr. Velez, just in case we had to call a special meeting. And I was in that advisory committee, and I listened to them talk about the bonds. And make no mistake about it, if our schools need repair, that's great. But one thing that I heard 3 times in that meeting by 3 different individuals, the word gaming, and I didn't know what that was, and I'm a gamer, or I used to be, video games. Gaming is something, it means manipulating a system to get a desired outcome by exploiting how the rules work rather than following the spirit of the rules. There's a few different, that might seem negative in connotation, but wording a question to make it sound more favorable, choosing assumptions or data that lead to a preferred result. Let me tell you something, and this is to the whole audience out there in our community of Temecula. The last thing I want is to game something on a ballot. I want absolute 100% total transparency so that everybody in that community that possibly votes on the bond knows exactly what they're getting with a master plan, maybe with the word interest, all the way down to like, okay, we're ultra transparent. Then I would have confidence to say, I have no problem with this going to the ballot. Until then, no way. So when some other board member accuses us of, concern about being voted in the right way, I double down on transparency. So real quickly, we passed a policy last month, policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Online, 8, inviting or accepting requests from students or former students who are minors to connect on personal social networking sites. This includes following. There's at least 1 board member following a student right now, and I'll just give you a hint, it's not me. That's against our bylaw. That's up for you to decide who that is, Mr. Barham. And then this is a shout out to the theory of knowledge that we just passed today with Cognity. It's the closest philosophy class we have in the district. I teach philosophy full time. I love, epistemology, episteme, dealing with knowledge. We went and visited Mrs. Cassidy, me, Dr. Velez, Dr. Lane. I engaged with the students. It was really awesome. Last but not least, I got an email where somebody was saying we have to disagree about, somebody was accusing me of using the word God, and this is a public school district, please leave God's name out of your speeches. And I just want to say, in the light of patriotism, I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States and the California Constitution, and get this, the first line in the preamble, you know what it says? We, the people of the state of California, grateful to Almighty God for our freedom in order to secure and perpetuate its blessings, do establish the Constitution. Amen. Praise Almighty God. I've been waiting for that special announcement.
Thank you, Dr. Kromowski. I know sometimes I don't talk a lot during these meetings until my comment at the end, but I promise I do a lot of work behind the scenes, so don't fret. I was honored to be a guest speaker for Great Oak's IB Theory of Knowledge class last Monday. Thank you, Dr. Lane, for the invite. These students are incredibly bright, and I always value opportunities to visit other schools and connect with people I don't see regularly. It was a privilege to have meaningful conversations with students, including several candidates for next year's student board position. On that note, I'd like to congratulate Nathan from Chaparral, Adam from Great Oak, and Zena from Great Oak on officially becoming candidates in this year's race. I've had the pleasure of meeting all 3. They are intelligent and highly capable. I'm also grateful to share that I committed to Harvard University over spring break, where I plan to... Thank you. Where I plan to study comparative literature on a pre-law track. I hope to pursue a career in politics after law school, so don't forget me in 10 years because I won't forget Temecula. I'll be back. That said, I want to emphasize that I'm not the only senior in this district achieving exciting milestones. At Chaparral alone, I have peers heading to schools like Stanford, UPenn, and UCLA, and that number only grows when you look across Great Oak and Temecula Valley. I'm incredibly proud of my fellow students who are now seeing the results of years of hard work. Their success is also a reflection of the opportunities this district provides. TVUSD teachers and staff truly prepare students to go far. However, when you search TVUSD online, what comes up is often controversy, and it's embarrassing that adults cannot communicate in a civil manner. Tonight was no exception. For 40 minutes, I felt like I was a jury member on a criminal trial. This board is not a good example of governance. Throughout my term, I've seen unnecessary conflicts continue to surface at meeting after meeting. At times, that has been disheartening, but it has never made me lose hope. I grew up here, I know this community, and I believe in it. Part of that belief comes from our students. I know that when students speak, their voices are often dismissed because of their age, but our students are developing critical thinking skills every day in this district. They are informed, engaged, and capable of contributing meaningful perspectives. Listening to students should never be just symbolic. If we want to make the best decisions for our schools, we need to take seriously the voices of the people most directly impacted by them. So please stay civically engaged, continue to speak up, continue to listen one another. I believe in us. Thank you.
So Melissa, I believe you are Harvard class of 2030, is that correct? One detail I think you left out, I believe you were accepted to, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 Ivy Leagues? Is that correct?
I was.
Yes, well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
So this time of year offers such a unique window into the full student experience where focus, celebration, transition all is happening across all of our schools. I would first like to begin by recognizing, thank you, Ms. San Nicolas, for April is Autism Awareness Month. And across our district, we are proud of all of the inclusive environments that our schools continue to build, where every student is seen, valued, and supported. This month serves as an important reminder to all of us as the strengths and contributions of our students with autism and our shared responsibility to ensure that every student in our district has access to meaningful opportunities and experiences. This is also an incredible time that is spent in CASP testing right now. Our students are engaged in CASP testing, and I want to commend our students who are so diligent in terms of doing all of their testing, along with our staff for the focus and preparation and care that they take into creating such a positive environment and supportive testing environment for our students. At the same time, we are now in the heart, not only with Melissa's college acceptance, but it is college acceptance notification time. And I'm hearing of all kinds of wonderful colleges, military academies, and I'm also hearing wonderful paths that students who may not be college bound are choosing to go. Just as important, we celebrate the path of every single student, and whether that path leads them to a four-year university, college, community college, military, career training, whatever, or directly into the workforce, whatever that is, it is growth, it is purpose, and TVUSD stands with you. Across all of our high schools right now, proms are beginning. I think Great Oak, I believe yours is May 9th. All the high schools are starting probably before our next meeting, and our seniors will return to their elementary schools in their caps and gowns with the walk of gratitude, reflecting on how far they've come and inspiring the students who that follow behind them. I also want to recognize our staff. This is a demanding stretch of the year, and you continue to show up each day with commitment and a clear focus on students. And as always, we remain grounded in what matters most, keeping our focus clear, our approach steady, and our decisions centered on students. Kids first always. Thank you and good night.
Okay, we have future agenda items, strategic plan update, written report, career technical education, presentation, safety and security, written report, instructional technology, presentation, nutrition, presentation, transportation, written report, DLAC, written report. Dr. Velez and myself will be working on these, on how many go to written. These may change, but, and, so right now is an appropriate time for Dr. Velez and I to talk about a workshop regarding the bonds with the Board Advisory Committee. Any specific dates, Dr. Velez, or what are your thoughts? We do have a Board Advisory Committee, or they have one on May 6th. That's the next one. So I would think a workshop after that to figure out whether we're going to use this bond for a survey, second thing going out, or whether we're just going to straight up talk if it goes to ballot, what language is there. These are very important. Master list plan, all that stuff. So that can be discussed in a workshop.
I would agree. A workshop is really important. What I would actually advise is that we do a workshop before the May 6th date to at least get some guidance. I would do one before, correct. I'm sorry? Yes, yes. And then it'll then provide our board advisory group some direction also in terms of next steps. So what I can do, Dr. Komorowski, is I can work with Ms. Anna Seabar and we can send out some potential dates that might work. We don't necessarily need to decide right now unless the board chooses to.
Okay, sounds good.
I have a question on the bond, on the process. You know
Yeah,
what?
You know, Mr. Barham, I agree. You can, well,
Let me just
if you
ask the
keep it, if
question.
you keep it brief.
I am, I'm going to
We
keep it.
want to get out of here.
I'm gonna
Okay,
keep-
thank
I'm
you.
going to keep it brief. I mean, let me talk, please. And here's the question. Dr. Velez, do you mind if I get together with Mrs. Lash and talk about some ideas that I have to include in that bond? I mean, would that be appropriate? Well, you know what? Don't shake your head no. Why shouldn't I be able to do that?
Point of
Because you're
order,
not the vice clerk, and we
Well,
should
who
talk as a
cares?
group.
We care.
We can do that
appointed
as a
the
group,
vice
though.
clerk.
I think it would be better to do it that way, where we can all hear
Okay.
what's shared.
You know, I would like to.
That's my preference.
Excuse me. I'm a finance person. I have some ideas that I would like to contribute that I think could possibly get this bond passed. I understand you're the vice clerk. I'm not trying to usurp your authority, but I would like some input, okay? And I can either talk to the committee, to the advisory council as a group. You don't like that idea, that's fine. I would like to talk with Mrs. Lash about some of the ideas. I don't know why you would prohibit me from doing that. Why would you do that?
You can work behind the scenes with Dr. Velez, but right now, do we have consensus on that?
I think it should go through the superintendent.
Should go through the superintendent. All right, so this is announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for Tuesday, May 12, 2026. Adjournment. This meeting is adjourned on Thursday, April 16, 2026 at 10:09. Thank you.